Good morning, guys, and welcome to day 2 of the 2026-27 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. My name is Kalia and I'm joined here this morning with Allegra, and we are going to kick off in the Horton pool with our men's 400-metre individual medley for our 15 to 18-year-olds. Keep in mind, we do separate the age groups throughout the 400s. And these are timed finals this morning, so the top 3 quickest athletes across the next 4 heats will be your medalists.
It's very exciting to be here. Day 2 of the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championship, and it's good to be reunited with you again. And the boys are underway here for their butterfly portion of the individual medley. Had this same event yesterday, the timed final for the girls, and it was a very successful event.
Yeah, we have quite a rich history in the 400 IM from Victorian athletes, particularly on the world stage right now. We have the likes of William Petrick and before him, Brendan Smith. So quite a lot of these swimmers will be trying to fill those big shoes as they come through the 75-metre mark. It's the boys out of lanes 6 and 7 who continue to lead the way. Riley Hodgins and Ben Merrilees. And then Marley Sutherland doing well out in lane 9 as well here.
It's nice to have a good full pool of athletes as well. Makes the race very interesting as they come into the backstroke portion of the individual medley. Very keen to get to the breaststroke portion to see those leads start to break away a little bit.
Yeah, if we take a look at some of the athletes across this heat, I'd be certainly keeping an eye on lanes 3 and 4 throughout the breaststroke. We saw Harry Heath in the 200 IM in last night's final session just really take off throughout that 50-metre of breaststroke, and he's got a full 100 to really make a move in this one. So he'll be sitting back a little bit, waiting, and then that is where he is going to really push through. As it is our time finals this morning, we are swimming our heats, I should say, fastest to slowest. So these are our quickest athletes out of the first heat.
And touching that wall in first position in the lead at the moment, lane 7, Ben Merrilees. But following close behind in lane 8 is Kepler Schneiders, getting a good 139.39 at that halfway mark.
Yeah, 2 really strong backstrokers, really stroke for stroke throughout that backstroke leg. Kepler probably made a little bit more of a move on Ben. He will take over on the turn at a 2:12.06. He's now 0.18 in front, but this is where the breaststrokers start to close the gap. It was about 3 seconds back to Harry Heath, and he is closing pretty quickly here.
Absolutely. It was very vital timing that right at the touch point at the wall there with the stroke. And Ben just seemed to have Kepler just a little bit in front, but they're still head for head. But looking in lane 4 now, Harry Heath is making himself known in this race.
Yeah, so all it took was 50 metres to make up a full 3 seconds of distance on the boys in the outside lanes. They'll be pushing through the second 50 of this breaststroke, trying to hold on. Also making a little bit of a charge down in lane 0. Hamish Evans, he's moved through from 4th into looks like 2nd position now. And it's a close race for the minor medals, but Harry Heath is going to have about double this distance as he comes off and starts the freestyle 100 metres. He's going to be a hard man to chase down.
Absolutely, as he goes into his freestyle portion now, a good almost half a lap in front of his competitors there as he just starts battling out that freestyle, using every little bit of energy that he's got left in the tank for this final portion.
And what a race to start us off this morning. Silver, bronze, and that 4th place spot really tight at this point. Leon Vidal doing a lot of work, looks to have moved up alongside his teammate from Ivanhoe Swim, Kaisei Kojima. They sit in 2nd and 3rd place behind Harry Heath. And then Hamish Evans over across the far side of the pool, still up there amongst it. Now starts moving through Kepler down in lane 8, really pushing this final 50. There's a lot of arms waving from the crowd and the coaches on the far side of the pool.
As they're coming into this final stretch now, and they're pushing hard here to bring it home between 2nd and 3rd. Touching the wall first here is Harry Heath with a time of 4:31.07. Kaisi Kojima in second there with 4:32.98, and Leon Vidal out in lane 3 in third position with 4:33.94. Good race by these boys. And we're underway for Heat 2 of 4 of the boys 15 to 18 400 metre IM finals here at MSAC in the beautiful Horton pool. Underway with the butterfly portion of this race, and seems to be one of my favourite strokes as I've been learning swimming. It's fantastic to watch, and the effort and going really hard in this first section of this race. Got lane 4 there touching the wall, Kynan Power first in that first 50 metres.
Yeah, and particularly the butterfly in a 400 IM, you really want to make it as easy as possible. The more efficient the stroke can be, the more relaxed you can be through these first 4 laps of the 400 IM, the better off you're going to be as we move through the other strokes. So backstroke, we tend to see a lot of our athletes put a bit more pressure on their upper body, really utilising the arms, because the leg power needed through the breaststroke section is going to be really important to push these guys along, as we have seen so often. That is kind of the make or break quarter of this one. So leading the way after the fly was Kynan Power, turned in 1 minute flat, 0.60. Not far behind was Samuel Mills out of lane 5. He had about 3 seconds of a deficit between himself and our leader. Sitting back in third, down in lane 9, Jaden Zeng. And we're once again seeing a few of these outside lanes really push through in our morning session.
Yes, the outside lanes, they've always a bit hit and miss in this competition, but yesterday outside lanes were taking out some incredible wins, so never count them out. But it's the middle lanes that are taking stride this morning in the 15 to 18 400 metre medley here. We've got lane 4, Kynan Power, just holding out that lead. Got a nice 2 bodies lengths between him and lane 5, Samuel Mills, who's sitting in second position here as we are going into the hardest part, the breaststroke portion of this medley.
Well, in our previous timed final, we saw 3 seconds ground made up within the first 50. It's going to take 5 to catch up to Kynan Power, who just charged through the first half of this 400, but already making quite the move out of lane 5 is Samuel Mills. He has begun to close that gap, a lot of it on the skill portion. So that split stroke and underwater in the breaststroke. He's really utilising almost 10 metres off the wall pretty comfortably. And he's going to have brought that distance down from 5 seconds after the backstroke to 2 seconds in the first 50 metres.
It really is a make or break, this breaststroke portion. It's going to be interesting to see, even for third and fourth position in the leadership here in this race, who can really push hard through this breaststroke portion. Lane 4 and 5, they're battling out here. It's only probably 1 second between them now, which is quite incredible as they go in for this last 25 metres of the third part of this before heading into freestyle.
Well, it will certainly be who has the legs left. Have they done too much trying to make the move in the breaststroke? As Samuel Mills overtakes, he'll turn in first by about 0.1. Kynan better off the underwater in the freestyle. Those two stroke for stroke in this 100. Now we start to see the race for the minor placings out of our second timed final. Lev Dishliuk fighting it out with across on this side of the pool. Kalen Theodore out of lane 7, and then not far behind them, Noah Stevens in 2. But it's the two boys out of the front where most of the action is at.
And going into the last 50 metres of this race, it really is neck and neck. But lane 5, Samuel Mills, has just gained about half a body's length on Kynan Power there, who's maintained the lead for most of this race. But it's looking like Samuel just has a little bit more oomph left in the tank here as we're coming into the final part of this race. It's definitely going to be interesting for third position too.
So we'll come down under the flags, did the work through the second half. Sammy Mills takes this one in a 4:37.32 ahead of Kynan Power, 4:38.34. And then Lev Dishluk finishes in third place onto the wall, 4:43.22.
Underway now for Heat 3 of 4 of the time finals for the boys 15 to 18 400 metre individual medley. Nice and strong start here for the Butterfly in lanes 2 and 6 there. Lane 2, Scott Robinson. Lane 6, Oliver Lessick, having that split time very similar there as they're heading into the first 50 metres. 50 more metres to go of the Butterfly, but a very strong start across the board.
So the boys out of the third time final here all sit around that 4:50 to just under the 5-minute mark. We'll see if we can sneak anyone under 4:50. Andrew Spencer in lane 4 comes in the fastest at a 4:51. But quite a lot of these athletes raced yesterday, had some nice drops in time, so we'll see what they can do. Oliver Lessick out in 6. He will take us through the Butterfly portion. He was out quickly, but quite relaxed looking as well. So that's good to see. Still plenty left in the tank. You don't want to burn it all up in the first 100.
Absolutely not. Heading into that backstroke now as we're starting to see some gaps being made. Lane 6 there is still got a little bit of a lead here, but lane 5 in Michael Fan is just catching up a little bit. But don't count out lanes 1 and 2 either. Also lane 9, quite an even swim across the board there. Only just a slight little lead.
Yeah, he's holding it quite nicely here through the backstroke. I like the extra bit of time he's taking just to get that real strong catch on the water. So Oliver Lessick maintains his lead. He was being closed in on by Michael Fan. Higher stroke rate though, so hopefully not overusing too much energy here in the backstroke.
Absolutely. Scott Robertson doing well too, sitting in that third position there. Also lane 1, Ashton Wilson is creeping up just a little bit off-timed there on the wall turn. But lane 5 and 6, they're pretty much stroke for stroke at this moment as we're about to head into the make or break, the breaststroke portion.
So a little bit more momentum to Michael Fan in lane 5. Uses that on the split stroke, half body length now ahead of Oliver. Sitting in third place, Scott Robinson still in the mix, as is Aston Wilson, sitting in fourth. And then we fall back to the rest of the field with work to be done through this breaststroke, but we know it can change pretty quickly.
Andrew Spencer absolutely motoring through this. He's very strong as he brings his body up out of the water. Same deal with lane 2. Scott Robinson seems to be dominating this breaststroke portion. We've gone from 2 clear leaders to 4 that are out in the pack now.
And that is the difference that we can see made up through the first 50 of the breaststroke. About 3 seconds quicker than most of the field there was Andrew Spencer. He went through 38.19, the quickest split of our breaststrokers across the board. And you're just seeing him really pick up the pace and extend that lead now. Really nice, longer underwaters, so not wasting too much energy, making sure he's really efficient off the wall, using that power. That moment that you first push off the touchpad, that's going to be one of the quickest parts of your race if you hold a nice streamline, so you really want to take advantage of that point.
And it seems like he's doing absolutely just that, Andrew Spencer, as he goes into the last 100 metres of the individual medley, the freestyle portion, but catching him quite quickly. Lane 2, Scott Robinson, he's making up some, closing that gap, making up that distance, really putting his all into this freestyle portion. But lane 4, Andrew Spencer, is our leader for this, for the moment.
So he'll turn now with 50 metres left to swim in this 400-metre individual medley. His split looks great to be well under his personal best, an entry time of 4:51. Let's see how quick he can go. You are 100% correct in saying that Scott Robinson has made up a little bit of that ground here. His split was ever so slightly quicker in that first 50 of the freestyle. Just seeing him bring in the legs. Nice, strong, powerful 6-beat kick out the back, and Oliver Lessick still doing well, sitting in that third place spot, but it will be Andrew Spencer onto the wall, 11 seconds under his entry time. Wow. And a huge celebration from him. 4:40.96. Scott Robinson touches in second, 4:44.67, and then Oliver Lessick into third place spot out of our third time final, 4:48.07.
What a final. And we are underway for the fourth and final heat of the boys 15-18 400 metre individual medley, the only final that we've got in this pool for this morning's session, as they're out and underway with this butterfly portion of the event. And they are out and kicking here. Lane 4 and lane 8 looking really good. Lane 4 in Gavin Danny and lane 8 in Jacob Macready.
Yeah, so once again, some fast starts through the first 50. Gavin Danny under the 30-second mark, 29.90 leads the way. He is our fastest qualifier coming into this one, the only athlete in the field to break the 5-minute mark. Let's see if he can try to drag a few of these other boys along. We love to see personal bests on day one. He's well and truly setting the pace here early.
Absolutely, and it seems to be... everyone seems to be doing their stroke at the exact same time. It's amazing to watch the butterfly portion, but we're moving on now to the backstroke, conserving energy time. But lane 4 just has about half a body's length. That's Gavin Danny there out of Laverton, ahead of his competitors. Lane 2 there in Terence Chi, looking good too.
So it's the two boys from Laverton who lead the way here in our timed final this morning in the 400-metre individual medley for our 15 through to 18-year-olds. They're going to be very close onto this wall. 143.2, 143.4. Arjun Chahal out of 5, sitting in third, and then Jesse Pratt moving his way up into that fourth place spot there out of lane 3.
Only 25 metres to go as soon as these boys touch the wall there for the backstroke portion before we move on to the breaststroke, which it could be absolutely anyone's race when we get to that point. One of the toughest strokes to maintain in the individual medley, as we're seeing lane 2 in Terence Chi touching that wall first, 2:20. And his teammate Gavin Danny, 2:21. So only 1 second between them, but this is where we're going to see things shake it up.
Already we're just starting to see a little bit of pressure being placed onto Gavin and Terence by Arjun Chahal out of lane 5. Already moved his way through into second position on that wall. And once again, it's those split strokes and skills being the differentiating factor here. It just has that ability to hold onto the underwater a little bit longer, not wasting as much energy, but still getting further, I should say, even off each of those walls. Should just see him hold that glide, a little bit of power through the push through, and extending on that lead here again. Terence Chi holding on out in front, though, from lane 2. He's doing a lot of hard work here.
Yeah, he's been quite consistent throughout this entire heat, Terence Chi, for each stroke as well, which is something that I haven't seen a lot of over the weekend. Usually one person excels, but he seems to be quite an all-rounder when it comes to this event. Still holding on in the lane 5 there is Arjun Chahal as we're coming into the freestyle portion now of the race. So we're going to see who's got that energy left in the tank to be able to finish off this timed final.
So there was just around half a second between our two leaders as we turned for the final leg. Our freestyle. Terence Chi a little bit quicker, feet onto that wall. Arjun making up the ground throughout the swim component of this event. But we know short course swimming, those skills, the better you can do those walls. There's plenty of them. 15 in a 400 IM to work on. Also working very hard out of lane 4, Gavin Danny motoring through this freestyle.
Absolutely. He's put himself back in the contenders there. Lane 2, though, in Terence Chi, he's just holding that. He's had such a steady race and had his own race, really. He hasn't fallen into, looking around, and just raced his own as we're coming in to the final portion as he touches that wall at a 450.64. Second with Arjun Chahal, another good race, a 451.94, and third position Gavin Danny with a 452.1. And we are often racing here for event 67, the boys' 12-year-old 100-metre freestyle. And nice, it's not a splash and dash, but there are only 4 laps involved, so it is one of our quicker events here. Just out in front at the moment, lane 4, Austin Yuan. They're just a little nice half a body's length lead, pushing into this first 50 metres.
Yeah, as we come into this race this morning, only 2 of our swimmers across the entire field have broken under the minute mark. Austin Yuan and a few of these other boys setting themselves up with certainly a possibility of doing that for us this morning. Going through in 27s and 28s were our leaders. So a quick first half of this race, but Austin, really nice once again, holds that glide for a little bit off the wall before pushing through those dolphin kicks and he is charging down this final 25 under the flags. It's going to be a quick time from the heat, 57.69 for Austin. Lucas Wendt touches in second, also under the minute mark. Well done, mate, 59.70. And then Oliver Mesher into third, 101.71.
About to get underway of heat 2 of 4 of the prelims here. Got a full pool of 12-year-old boys out there for the 100-metre freestyle, all 10 lanes occupied here. Nice start again out from lane 4. Lawrence Gow there charging hard in this first 25 metres, heading on to that 50-metre mark, but got quite a bit of a lead there in this portion of the race.
Yeah, this 100-metre freestyle short course, it's such a pure sprint event. The walls are going to be really important and play such a huge part, particularly in our final when we line up the top 10 of the athletes from this morning across the board. Lawrence Gow really attacked that first 25 and setting that distance apart from the field. It's very challenging to try and make up. Doing a great job sitting right on his hip, though, is Caleb Smith out of 5 and close for third between Henry Arnott and William Siddles. As we come down under the flags, though, another quick one. Lawrence Gow, 58.80, shifts him into about second place going into the final tonight. Caleb Smith, 100.11, so close to breaking under that minute barrier. And then William finishes in third, 102.14.
Heat 3 now of the 12-year-old boys 100-metre freestyle as they're entering the water now, coming up nice and quickly. Could almost put a blanket across them in the middle of the pool here, but as we're approaching the 25-metre mark, we've got lane 5 touching that wall first with Benjamin Lay. They're just out in front.
So this one is the last of our circle-seeded heats. We are missing lane 4, so that opens up another position into the final this evening. Let's see what the boys can do. It's looking like it's going to take about a 102.8 or below to have a chance to re-race this one for a medal. It was a quick start from Benjamin Lai, going through in that 28.7, pretty similar to what we've seen a couple of the other boys who swam around the 101 1-minute mark. And he's really trying to hold on through the second half, but a quick finish over in lane 1 from George Zeng, making up the ground on Ethan Ma out of lane 3.
As we're coming in to the finish of this race, touching the wall first with a 1-minute 0.9, Benjamin Lau just outside of that under the minute mark. Second place, Ethan Ma with a 101.5, and in third, 101.6 is George Zeng. Heat 4 of 4 here for the 12-year-old 100-metre freestyle boys event. About 6 swimmers in the pool for this one. Touching the wall first, lane 5 here is Luca Pacino. They're just battling hard to maintain that slight lead that he's got. But the rest of the pack seems to be quite even.
Yeah, across this pool, every single athlete came into this morning, entered at a 106. So They've really done well through the first 50. Luca in particular threw in a 30.28. He's looking to drop a huge amount of time off his entry. Now a full body length in front. Really good consistent kick out behind him. Not wasting too much time on any underwater there. Straight up and back into the action here. Oliver Verco sitting in second. Doing well. Next to him is Harry Knight. They're going to be pretty close as we come down under the flags, but this fourth and final heat will go to Luca Persicino, 103.94. A nice 3-second drop for him.
Event 69 now, the boys 13-year-old 100-metre freestyle, so just up an age group, same event style as we've got a nice lead out of lane 5 again. Seems to be one of the lucky lanes at the moment with Thomas Grasso from Propulsion there. Just touching that wall first there, but it's definitely putting in a good fight there from lane 4 in the likes of Jaden Lee from Surrey Park.
Yeah, we've got quite a lot of athletes coming up, all hovering around the same time, so this one could be a challenging event to try and score a spot in the final. The two middle lanes, though, now really starting to separate themselves. Good gap, better underwater from Jaden Lee out of 4, but the speed sitting with Thomas Grasso in 5. She's got that little bit extra power, more of that lope-style stroke. He's going to take this one out in a time of 55.61. Jaden in second, 56.41. And then third place to Aaron Liu, 58.49.
Heat 2 of 6 here in the 2026 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championship as we're underway 100-metre freestyle. Nice even start there from across the pool in all 10 lanes. Lanes 4 and 5 again just slightly out in front there in the likes of Jason Wang in lane 4, Billy Main in lane 5. Fighting hard to be able to maintain that front position, touching the wall with a split of 27.3 for both boys.
Yeah, I really like the underwater work off that first turn from Billy Main. Probably let it go a little bit at the 50-metre mark. And those two, once again, the golden lanes, taking it out, chasing after that gold spot in the final tonight. The centre of the pool is going to be a lot of action here. Down the final 25, looks like Billy just ahead of Jason, who maybe switched off a little bit there, breathing towards one another. Only 0.09 will separate them. Billy Main in first, 56.76. Jason Wang second, 56.85. And then third goes to Isaac Kelly out of lane 6, 58.78. But an absolute pile of 58s throughout the second of our heats this morning.
Heat 3 of 6 now underway here for the 100-metre freestyle boys 13-year age group as they're all off and firing here, touching the wall pretty much with no clear winner there, all very even across the board. It's going to take a little bit more in this race as everyone is fighting hard for a spot in those time finals. But lane 4 just slightly out in front there, touching that wall first. Tommy Zhao with a 26.8.
Yeah, you can really just see the difference in Tommy's stroke compared to the other boys is the kick. That motor behind him just propelling him forward nicely. Ibai Liu out of lane 5 doing a really good job to try and stick with him. I don't think it's going to be enough. Tommy is just going to surge through this final 25. Also doing well, Rupert Davin over in lane 2. He looks to be in third place spot as they come into the wall together. Tommy gets the touch, 57.41 ahead of eBay, 57.93, and then Rupert into third, 58.18. And that's going to be one of the faster heats we've seen with 5th place at a 58.6. It's probably going to be rounding out that field in around 10th place spot into the final there.
Underway for heat 4 of 6, and if this heat is anything like the ones we've seen before, we may be getting faster and faster finish times. The boys are really battling it out here. It's looking good for lane 1 and 3 there. Good turn from William Wallace in lane 1, Cohen Bootham in lane 3, as they're just battling out going into this second 50 metre.
Yeah, well, all of these boys come in around the 101 and 102 mark, so they'll be looking to see if they can break under there. All of them go through under the 30-second barrier through the first 50, which is a really good sign. William Wallace out of 1, attacked it the best, though, 28.16, giving himself every chance to go 59 or potentially quicker here, and he's holding on to that lead. Inigo Villegas down in lane 8, sitting in second place, and he's really trying to drag along Lucas Yu down in 9. Those three, the top ones out of this heat, with Owen starting to make a little bit of a shift through the last 25, but it's not going to be enough to catch up to William Wallace, 58.82. Great swim. Lucas touches second, 100.24, and Inigo into third, 100.45.
Heat 5 of 6 now as they are in the water, motoring down now. The boys are really putting on a show this morning here. Some quality swimming for the 100-metre freestyle. Really hoping to get under that 1 minute mark as a lot of these heats have been able to do. It's looking quite good, lanes 5 and 6 there, but I wouldn't be counting out these outside lanes as well as we come into the 50-metre mark of this race to see who touches that wall first. And it's lane 0 in William Bear there with a 29.9.
Yeah, so we've got out of lane 2, pushing through this field, William Jah. He'll go ahead of lane 6, Spencer Stanley. Some nice underwaters from 6. Here comes the centre, though. Making up a lot of ground down this final 25. Can William hold on? He had early pace.
Oof. That's the closest race I've seen in a while. With going first place there, William Jia with 101.32. In second, Tong Lee with 101.39, and third with a 101.5, Spencer Stanley. So all within just milliseconds. And we are underway now for our 6th and final heat. We had the pool full of competitors, and we've got 5 in this race, but it doesn't mean it's going to be anything shy of amazing here at MSAC. With our just out in the lead there is lane 5, Matthew Dacey there, just ahead of the smaller pack there as we're hitting that 50-metre mark. coming in with a 29.17, sitting around that 29:30 split time there for all the boys.
Yeah, really good start from Matthew Dacey to be almost under that 29 mark as well. All four of these boys sit around the 103, so really setting themselves up beautifully for a big personal best. Matthew, though, has continued to hold this nice high stroke rate throughout the entire swim. He's going to do a massive drop here into the 1 minute mark, 1:00.95. Second, Dale Yang, 1:01.89. And then Easton Anderson out of lane 3 touches in third, 1:02.66.
Just want to mention Funky Trunks and Funkita, major sponsors of Swimming Victoria for the last 9 years. They have a colourful array of bathers that are available if you're here in the main entrance, or you can head to their website. We're underway for event 71 now, the boys 14-year-old 200-metre freestyle, as they are often racing now. Here we've got the Han Tang Wang in this race in lane 4. He actually holds the age record here, 1:51.89, set on the 9th of the 8th, 2026. It'll be interesting to see if he can beat his PB as well.
He's looking pretty relaxed through the first 50 there. He'll take us out as our leader. He'll probably be chasing after that all-comer record set in 2011 at a 1:50.90. As we'll expect to see him put on a bit of a show for us later on today as he leads the way here. That beautiful relaxed stroke for Han Tang Wang. Sitting in second place is Fraser Blair from lane 5. He picked up a couple of medals last night as well, swimming well under his personal best and entry times across the weekend. Let's see what he can do here. The race for third now between lanes 2 and 3, and that is Lincoln Hall and Peter Kim, the two boys from Surrey Park.
Doing absolutely phenomenally out here in this final stretch. 50 metres to go of the 200-metre freestyle here. Han Tang Wang doing well, sitting comfortably in first position here, followed by lane 5, Fraser Blair out of MLC Aquatic. It's definitely looking like it's going to be a good finish here for Han Tang, but battling for third place are a couple of the outside lanes. Coming in to touch that wall now. First position with a 1:57.3. Second, lane 5.
Fraser Blair?
Yeah, Fraser Blair. And third is lane 3, Peter Kim. And we are underway for heat 2 of 4 for the 14-year-old 200-metre freestyle. Fantastic start across the board there as we're coming into the first 25 metres. Nice turns on the wall, spending ample time underwater there in lane 5. Our leader at the moment, Thomas Poppins out of Ivanhoe Swim. But it's definitely anyone's race at this point.
Yeah, interesting to see. We have been missing a couple of our lane 4 athletes across the morning. It was such a huge day of racing yesterday. A couple of our relays last night running well through after 9 p.m. So being a little bit more selective with the events that these guys may be racing for us this morning. If you've got some more coming up that might be your main ones, really holding off, just having maybe a little bit of an extra sleep in, but that just certainly opens the door for a few of these other boys at an opportunity of a medal if they can put themselves into a good position for tonight's final. I'm really enjoying the underwaters being set here by Thomas Poppins out of lane 5. Pushes off with some good depth and really kicks his way up through the surface, just relaxing and resting those arms, giving them a bit of a break so he can push through on the swim component. Doing well down in lane 7, William Staggard. He's right alongside Thomas Poppins, just falling off a little bit on those skills and that portion of the race, as these two will turn for their final 50 now ahead of Oscar Zoo in lane 3.
Really good turn there out of lane 5. Thomas Poppins just putting himself a little bit of the body's length in front of William Staggart, who did close that gap a bit and is continuing in lane 7 to close that gap. But just another phenomenal turn there on the wall by Thomas Poppins out of Ivanhoe to just maintain that lead. Definitely looks like he's going to be bringing this one home as he touches that wall with a time of 2:03.15, and in second William Staggart 2:05.16, and in third with a 2:05.63 Oscar Zoo. Often racing here for heat 3 of 4 here. Nice start for the 200-metre freestyle. Again, a few little gaps, but like you said, may have some people choosing to focus on other events, but giving the opportunity to these boys who are in the pool now. Quite even across the middle of the pack there as they all go into that turn within 27 seconds, 28 as well there, but our leader Jack Hayes just motoring through there out of lane 4, but Evan Nim is also just putting up a bit of a contest.
Yeah, it's good to see a couple of these boys pushing through the heats a little bit more. What we do tend to see is them setting themselves up in the first half of the race and then just taking a look where they are. The 200, one of those events that you can afford to maybe rest a little bit throughout the last 25 if you're in a good position, particularly because these boys have seen the time set from the last couple of heats, so they know what's required of them to score a spot in the final, and for a lot of them, just finishing first or second in this heat will get them a lane for later on today. So we have seen a couple of them just switch off down the last 15 metres. The more rest you can get before tonight's final, the better.
Absolutely. As we are coming in to the final 50 metres here, it is pretty neck and neck here between in lane 4 and 5, having a split time of only 1 second between the two. There, Jack Hayes and Evan as well. They're just going to keep holding out. It's like they're in sync here coming into these final 25 metres.
Yeah, they went around together. I did like to see that little burst through the breakout there from Evan Niam, and that really created the difference in this lap. Their swim speed has been pretty much the same throughout. It will be Evan who hits the wall first in a 2:01.83 ahead of Jack Hayes, 2:02.25. And then it was close between third and fourth as well, but it will go to Jason Denholm in a 2:04.51. Underway now with our fourth and final heat in the boys' 14 years 200 metre freestyle. We've got 3 athletes contesting this one. All come in to this morning session at 2:11. So we'll see. We love to get as many under those round figures as possible. If we can see a couple of 2:09s on the board, that would be great for us this morning. Taking us through the first 50 will be Lachlan Tregoeth in a 28.84, but not far behind Cody Kotsopoulos and Samuel Hahn. The 2 boys from Doncaster both through under the 30-second mark.
Yes, it's quite a difference having such few races in the pool, but they definitely still out here, motors going, trying to beat their PBs, get a spot in that final as well. And there's no, it could be anyone's race at this point. Lane 5 in the likes of Lachlan Tregoeth, he's doing quite well with a good split time there, maintaining his lead. And then it's going to be very close between second and third there in lanes 3 and 4.
Well, if the boys can continue with these splits of 33, they are on pace to go 2:10 or under. So we'll see if they can just pick it up a little bit through the final 50. I do love these smaller races. I think they can almost be a little bit more competitive because you don't want to be the one to hit the wall last. And especially these 2 boys, both from Doncaster, the teammates, they want bragging rights at the end of this one. So less than 50 metres to go for our athletes in the 14 years 2 free. And it has been Lachlan who's led from start to end, still with a nice little buffer of about a body length.
But don't count out the other 2 boys. They are really motoring home here, but it looks like it is going to be Lachlan Tregoeth there taking out the lead with a 2:10.05. And the second is Samuel Hahn there with a 2:11.37. Not much between the 2 boys with a 2:11.6. Third, Cody Kotsopoulos.
Next event underway here in the Horton pool for our 26-27 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships heats. It's the boys' 15-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Our record set last year in this event stands at a tall order of 49.79. Ishaq Ismail out of lane 4. Our fastest qualifier coming into this morning at a 51.31, and he's certainly leading the way through this first heat.
He is absolutely motoring through. Good turn there, spending some good time underwater, but lanes 5 and 6 are really pushing hard here. They're fighting as the gap is getting a little bit closed, but the win is there for Ishaq Ismaili with 51.59. Second is a 53.27 for Edward Pollard, and at third a 53.89 for Callum Otto. And we are underway. Heat 2 of 4 here for the 15-year-old 100-metre freestyle. They are absolutely motoring it down that pool now. Lane 5 seems to be doing quite well there in Troy Oswald. But don't count out lane 4 as well. They're pretty neck and neck. Daniel Collins there as they're approaching the 50-metre mark here. Who's going to touch that wall first? And it does seem to be Daniel Collins there with a 25.68.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Troy Oswald, quickest reaction time by about 0.1 on the rest of the field. Used that through the first 25 to gain that lead, but Daniel Collins, just really powerful on the underwater through his stroke. You can just see him holding nice water and continuing to excel and stretch out that lead as we come down to the finish. He's going to take this one in a 53.30. It'll be Austin McNaught in second, out of lane 3, 54.02. And then Troy touching in third place, 55.05.
Underway now for heat 3 of 4 here for the freestyle 100 metre 15-year-old age group. As again, we're getting a nice solid start across the board. Coming in, touching that wall first though, lane 4 there with Xavier Gray. But it's going to be a fantastic race here as they are just powering through. Lane 5, Hamish Davin is really just going almost stroke for stroke with his neighbour there in the lane. But the outside lanes are looking good as well.
Yeah, just Xavier Gray a little bit better on those streamlines and underwaters, holds them that slight bit longer and comes up right alongside Hamish Davin. But Hamish really lifting through this last 25. And he looks like he's going to secure the win out of the third heat, 53.56. Xavier, 54.01. And Benjamin Shang touches third in a 54.26.
Underway here for the fourth and final heat of the boys 15-year 100 metre freestyle. A couple of gaps in this one, but the boys are often racing here as they all go in and touch that wall, spending good time underwater there. But it is looking good out of lane 7 here for Fletcher Davies as he's approaching the wall there, doing a nice turn, and it's getting that split of 26.1.
Yeah, a couple of these boys out pretty quickly here, all come in sitting at 57, the time to make the final, looking around that 54.2 mark. So it's going to take a big drop to be done if they want to score a second swim in this 100 freestyle tonight. But hopefully they can all secure a personal best. It looks like Aiden Tang now just taking over that lead ahead of Fletcher Davies as they hit the wall. Aiden 54.86, Fletcher 55.16, and Angus Goodison touches in third from lane 8, 55.51.
We're up to event 75, the boys 16 years 100 metre butterfly. Do personally love a bit of butterfly here, and the boys are absolutely motoring through there. Lane 4 looking very good in the likes of Leo Dong there out of Caulfield. Just got a nice rhythm going there. But the lanes surrounding him at 3 and 5 are keeping hot on his heels.
Well, we know Leo is swimming very fast racing this weekend, breaking one of our Victorian state records last night. He also was the holder of the record from the previous event last year. Let's see how he can do in this 100 metre butterfly. Out in the lead ahead of Sam Hartley in lane 5, but Sam really pushing up in this final 25, that more distance background for him, showcasing its skills down the final lap. Leo will hold on, though, to take that first place spot in a 57.57. Sam, 58.61, and then Harvey Lee in third, 58.66.
Heat 2 of 4 now for the 16 years 100-metre butterfly. Fantastic first heat, and it's looking very good across the board for the second heat as well. Lane 5 in the likes of Jun Hao Sun touching that wall first at the 25-metre mark, maintaining a slight lead, but again, it's one of those races where everyone is just quite even.
Yeah, really nice lead for Jun Hao, separating himself from that bunched up group in second to all the way through to fifth. Ben Hynam now starting to close the gap just a little, potentially a bit long on that glide, maybe onto the wall. Good underwaters though. Jun Hao doesn't look to be slowing down much. I think he's picked up the pace through this final 25, and he is going to get the touch here. Fastest qualifier so far now, 57.02 for Jun Hao. Ben Hynam, 58.76. And then Louis Charat in third place spot, under the minute as well, 59.46.
And we're underway for Heat 3 of the 16 years 100-metre butterfly. And again, another great start here across the board. It's vital coming into that first turn, making sure that they conserve that energy before coming out and doing the butterfly stroke there. Again, nice and even, but lanes 3 and 4 seem to be stroke for stroke here. That's Gabriel Wong and Harold Zhu.
Harold Zhu, beautiful underwater there. Held the dolphin kicks longer than Gabriel. Really used that to his advantage. Short course swimming, we'll say it on repeat. This is where the progress is made. This is where the pushes happen. It's on the underwaters. As he comes down now, 10 metres left to swim with almost a body length on the boys for second and third. Noah Kuo starting to push. Harold hits the wall, 57.83. Noah in second, 59.03. And then Gabriel, 59.04. Just 1/100th between second and third in that one.
It's amazing to see that Hawkeye's technology is being used at this meet and being able to get those multiple camera angles and those to the T times there as well. So a huge thank you to Hawkeye technology. And we are off and racing for the fourth and final heat here for the 16 years 100-metre butterfly. Good start across the board. Nice even match here for the boys, but it's vital going into that first turn as we're going to start to see who's going to break away from the pack here. And it's looking like it can't discount lane 0, but across 4, 5 and 6 and 7 it's very close there, all with a 28-29 split time there. It's a fantastic race here. It honestly could be anyone's race. Lane 5 is just starting to push out now. That is Luca Lim there, just pushing a little bit ahead of the pack, but again, this is a close one.
Underwaters for Luca Lim. It's pushed him off the wall beautifully, but the swim component, Hayden Wilson, really charging down the last 25. Looks like he'll get his hands on the wall first, 1:02.03. Luca in second, 1:02.58, and then Mark Iban into third, 1:02.67.
Coming into event 77 now, the boys at 1800 metre freestyle, off and racing here. A couple of gaps out of this first heat. No lane 5, no lane 6, so it really splits this race into two. But doing quite well out of lane 4 is George Wang there, as he is looking to touch that wall first at the halfway point.
Yeah, we've seen some really great sprint events coming from our Caulfield swimmers, and George Huang leading the way in this one, doing a great job to stick with him. Adam Alhefni, probably more known for his longer races like the 200, including the 200-metre butterfly, so you know he's going to finish well. But I think George might have done enough through the first 50 to hold on here. He's going to come in to the finish line just over the 50-second mark. A great swim at a 50.03, Adam 51.01. And then third was Lucas Campbell down in lane 7.
And we're off heat 2 of 3 for the boys at 17-1800 metre freestyle. And it really is anyone's race at this point in the game, but it's all about that turn, that underwater, as we've been saying all morning here. And it's very good in those middle lanes there, lanes 4 and 6, the likes of Sam Welsh and Will Panazzo.
It certainly is, and we'll expect to see Sam try to push a little bit through the second 50 here. He's a really great 200 freestyler as well, so really strong throughout the second half of the race. Starting to move up with him is Yuan Lokma out of lane 3. He's pushed into that second place spot quite comfortably now as they have 10 metres left to go. Sam Welsh looks to take out the second heat in a nice cruisy time of 51.45 ahead of Yuan, 51.93, and then Riley Hodgins storms home for third, 53.22.
Underway for heat 3 here for the 17-1800 metre freestyle. We've got 9 swimmers in the pool here, and they're all motoring through, spending that time underwater as we get a little bit of a breakaway there from a couple of lanes, but it's going to be very close between 4 and 5 as to who touches that wall first. And it is Owen Kruger there from lane 5 ahead of Eli Billman. Still 50 metres to go in this race, so see how they finish it out.
Yeah, both of these boys quite similar on their skills. You can see their turn speed, not a lot of difference. A few extra kicks on that last turn from Eli Billman to pull up alongside Owen. And they are going to be right next to one another into the touch. A little bit of a glide from Eli there, so some room for improvement, but holds on for the win out of the third heat, 50.76, Owen 50.96, and then Lewis G out of lane 3, touches for third, 52.18. Into the water now, we have event 80. This is our mixed 12 to 18-year-olds 200-metre freestyle for our multi-class athletes. Now, to break this one down, very simple. We have both male and female athletes across the next 3 heats. We also have 3 separate age groups, our 12, 13-year-olds, our 14, 15-year-olds, and our 16 to 18-year-olds. They'll all be looking to score a spot in those individual finals. How they get there is the swimmers, not necessarily the fastest, but the ones who can get closest to the world record for their individual classification. Highest point scores means highest placing. And if we keep that in mind, we take a look across the field here, and we certainly have quite the mixture of male and female competitors. We've got a few S19s and S14s in this field, as well as a couple of S9 swimmers and S10. And we look to our leaders out of lane 4, Jara Tagal, and then Lockie Ballion not far behind with Cooper Harrington. Now those 3 boys are all swimming out of the 16 to 18 year age group, so they will be almost directly competing against one another. In particular, Lockie and Cooper are both the same classification, so the first one of those boys to hit the wall is going to get a higher point score.
Yes, it's fantastic. The multi-class events here at MSAC in the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championship. Here we've got, like you said, 3 heats with all different classes, and fantastic point system utilised as well. As we are getting into the race here,
And it's been a really fantastic swim from Jara out of lane 4. Just over his personal best in a heat. Good sign for tonight's final at a 2:06.59. Less than 2 seconds between Lockie and Cooper. 2:12.91 for Lockie, 2:14.30 for Cooper, which is a massive drop from his entry of a 2:22. As we see our first girl hit the wall, Abigail Garbellini. She's 15 years of age from Nunawading. She's done a 9-second personal best as well. She'll be stoked about that one. If we take a look across on the far side, we've seen a couple of our youngsters finish the race there. Luke Wilson, 14-year-old. He's dropped 6 seconds. Big celebration from Abigail as well. Good to see. As our final athlete, Blake Warren, out of lane 9, he turns for his final lap. Comes in at a 3:30.60. He set a nice pace to break under that time. Always so good on the legs there, Blake Warren. Really utilises that kick all the way from start to finish. That's going to be a good drop from him as well. 3:26.30 to round out our first heat of our 12 to 18 years 200 metre freestyle for our multi-class athletes.
Underway now for heat 2 of 3 for the mixed 12 to 18 200 metre freestyle multi-class event. Got some swimmers that have been doing really well this weekend. Eli Kerr has been quite notable this weekend in his racing, cutting off some time as well. Gemma Cook as well, another familiar name out there who has been swimming exponentially well this weekend.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some nice drops from our athletes across the multi-class races. In particularly, good to note that a lot of these swimmers raced just a couple of weekends ago at our Victorian Country Short Course and Victorian Metro Short Course Championships. So to be able to continue to drop time off after just PBing recently is always a good skill to have. Now, leaders out the front here, Hamish and Eli, really pushing one another along, which is why it's so good to have these mixed events for our multi-class heats, especially when you have the opportunity for some of our younger swimmers to really be pushed along by those more seasoned athletes, the likes of Hamish Keenan and Grace Ryder, both 18 years of age in these events.
Absolutely, and it's we do have a 12-year-old in the pool as well, so it is good to have that experience as well. And Fun Swim is actually an exciting initiative created by Swimming Victoria to provide swimmers aged 7 to 12 years with a fun, engaging and accessible introduction to racing and squad-style training. It's designed to complement Learn to Swim programs, and Fun Swim helps participants develop key race-ready skills in a supportive, low-pressure setting. Whether run weekly or as a one-off event, the program offers both valuable skill development and a social work and welcoming environment. So you can contact Swimming Victoria to find out more and get those youngsters involved. If you're watching along at home and think you want to be out here in the pool too, you can get in contact with Swimming Victoria.
And that's the best way to get more and more of our athletes involved. In particular, our multi-class athletes, they have such a good time as Hamish comes into the wall with another good time of his swim to 11.53, 4 seconds under his entry there. Eli Kerr right on his speed to 14.28. And then Will Fort and Levi Jarrett make their way onto the wall, 2.24 and 2.26 respectively. Once again, really well under entry times here from those swimmers. And you just see at the end of the pool there, straight away, Eli Kerr having a good old chat, a big smile on his face, like he hasn't just raced 200 freestyle, one of the more challenging events of the program.
Absolutely, as we've got Lisa Bale coming in with a 2:49.09. And as well, Amy Bale, 2:50.35 finishing time there.
I'm sure Lisa's going to be happy that she did sneak her hand onto the wall just in front of her sister Amy. There's always that competitiveness within siblings, the good old sibling rivalry.
Absolutely, and to be in the exact same race too. Definitely won't hear the end of it, poor Amy.
She's definitely pushing along our other swimmers, those ones who are a little bit older, doing so well as a youngster. As we take a look down in lane 9, Gemma Cook coming her into the wall here. Her time is going to be a 3:39.09, just a little bit outside her PB. Away and racing now with our third heat of the mixed 12 to 18 years 200 metre freestyle for multi-class. Just held off that start a little bit as we do have our 2-pool system running this morning. We've had our men's events and our mixed multi-class races out of the Horton pool this morning, while our female events are occurring just next door in the McConnell pool. It's such a fantastic meet to watch. If you are floating around Melbourne, make your way down to the Melbourne Sports Aquatic Centre and check this out.
And did you know this is the only championship event in Australia that runs 2 pools at the same time for heat? So it's pretty exciting to be, a part of something like this.
It's huge, and it's hugely exciting for our athletes who do get the opportunity to race in the morning and then come back and swim again in the finals, which is exactly what these guys in our multi-class race this morning are looking to do. Set a nice pace and then come back, maybe score themselves one of our state medals. As they turn at the halfway point, Ming Zipang out of lane 4 leads the way ahead of Ava Dennis. They went through 103 and 109 with Jessica McDermott, who had a brilliant night of racing last night as well, sitting in that 3rd place spot out of the 3rd heat.
Absolutely. Swimming Victoria has partnered with Vic Health to amplify the UNCLOUD campaign across our upcoming events and programs this short course season. You may notice that it is called the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Championships. here. More and more young people are vaping each year, and UNCLOUD creates a space for young people to hear from their peers, to share experiences, thoughts and feelings, and to have a voice. UNCLOUD is a hub to find a peer-reviewed, scientifically backed information about vapes and see vaping for what it is. More importantly, it's a platform for young Australians to warn each other of the horrors of vaping. Visit uncloud.org to find out more.
Absolutely, a very important initiative and very proud partner of our championships, the UNCLOUD campaign. As we come down to the wall there with Mingsy, he'll touch in a 212.13. Once again, another drop out of the heats, which is fantastic. Ava, 217.79, right on her best. Jessica McDermott, 223.25. We're seeing a few more of our athletes make their way into the finish line. Adele York, 235. She's been having a ripper of a meet. Had some fast swims last night. Can she back it up again this evening? One of our older athletes in the field, our 18-year-old Samuel Turner from Melbourne over in lane 2. He'll touch in a 237.01. So we check out a few of our younger swimmers here. Our 13, 14-year-olds in Brianna Binns and Hannah Mearns touching 6th and 7th. A few more just outside their PB, so we'll see if they can come back feeling refreshed later on today. That finals buzz and atmosphere, that is where it's at. We'll see Molly Griffin finish in a 327.40.
We are underway here for the event 82, the boys' 13-year-old 200-metre freestyle, and the boys are often racing here. And I'm joined with a special guest. Adam, welcome.
How you going?
Having a bit of a break there as we are looking at these middle lanes now. They are motoring through here between lanes 3 and 6, all touching that wall within a millisecond of each other in the 28-second split mark. But it's just going to be who is going to be able to stretch out that underwater, get that turn nice and timed. As we see them go into the halfway point there, as it's looking like lane 4 in Elijah Lamont is just pushing out here, but I wouldn't discount lane 3 and Thomas Grasso as well at this halfway point in the race.
Yeah, Thomas Grasso coming in, touching that wall first at the 100-metre mark, 1 minute. Not far behind Elijah Lamont.
So we're chasing just around that 2-minute mark here. So looking at that split, they're doing quite well to be on track here for such a long freestyle in the 200 metres here. It'd be definitely tiring. They've just got to keep motoring through as they do their last 50 metres. First and second within milliseconds of each other is Lamont and Grasso out of lanes 3 and 4.
And those boys are going stroke for stroke at the moment.
So Thomas Grasso from Propulsion there and Elijah Lamont from Yarra Plenty as they're going into this final part. Coaches are cheering them on. It's going to be very, very close here. Touching that wall first, Elijah Lamont with a 2:04.71, and Thomas Grasso in second with a 2:04.72, and in third, 2:06.44 is Lachlan Henderson.
Yeah, very good to see a lot of green on the board. Meaning they've completed that last lap faster than the lap before. As heat 2 is on the blocks now. Often racing. I see a bad start out of the front side of the pool here at a lane 8.
Nice little lead here between lanes 6 and 8 there. So we've got Jason Wang in lane 8 and Jaden Lee in lane 6. Just an inch or so in front, but it's really important to be getting the timing on those turns, spending as much time as you can underwater, but then getting straight into the stroke as soon as you're entering that airspace. We're seeing lane 6 here with a nice little half-body lead. Quite unusual for this point in the race to have such a lengthy lead with Jaden Lee there from Surrey Park. Going to be touching the wall at the halfway point here. Sorry, the halfway point at a 1:01.41 split time there for Jaden Lee. Very close behind at 1:01.65 is Honan Q as they're battling it out for the next 150 metres.
Hohan. $50 metres left to go. Boys out of 4, 5 and 6. Battling it out. With one final lap. We've seen quite a couple of leader changes here throughout this race. But it is going to be Jaden out of lane 6 coming in. He was in the lead at the start of the race, and then he dropped back a bit and he's taken it. He gets it in 2:06.54, followed by Hohan Q, 2:07.15, and Yi Yang, 2:07.86. Often racing now, we've got heat 3, 200 metre freestyle. As they make their first turn and head back. Looking good out of lane 4 and lane 3. Boys going stroke for stroke almost.
So they'll hit the wall through in 28, 28.53 for Billy Main. Johan in out of lane 3, 28.78. They will be our leaders at the quarter mark of this 200 metre free. See who might be able to make a little bit of move through the middle 100. A lot of the time, in particular that third 50, is where opportunity opens the doors for a couple of these outsiders to pick up that pace.
Billy Main out of lane 4, 1:01.09 at the 100 metre mark.
Just continues to hold on to that lead. Having a little bit of a look to where Johan is sitting in this one. Obviously, these boys, once again, they got to see the time set out of the first couple of heats. They know what's required of them to score a place into the final. A heat win should solidate that. A second place will go close. Now,
doing the calculations in their head, it will be interesting to see if this scoreboard lights up green.
It usually does throughout the final 50, with everyone making a little bit of a last-ditch attempt as they hit the wall there. It will be Billy Main, 206.05 ahead of Johan, 207.50, and then Asa Daywood, he flies home, one of the quickest splits in the pool as well, to touch in third, 207.67. So moving now into our fourth and final heat this morning of the 13-year-old boys 200-metre freestyle. Our pool of entrants into this one sit around the 2:16 mark. We have seen quite a few nice little drops out of these final heats. So what can the boys do for us this morning? Leading the way at the 50-metre turn will be Matthew Dacey.
What sort of times do you think we need to get into these finals, Carlia, for this?
It's definitely looking around that 2:07 mark. Under there, you're pretty comfortably going to be making it into this one. We had a couple of quick swimmers out of the first heat, but I think across the board, I believe this is going to be one of our close finals tonight. No one really stood out massively to me that looks like there's going to be a huge gap and they're going to be leading the way by body length. So I think this one, when we come back in here later this afternoon, is going to be one of the races to watch because it's going to be such a good race of a whole pile of athletes really pushing one another.
Yeah, Matthew Dacey, 104.22. As he gets into the second half of this race, he leads by almost a body length over William Zhang.
Sitting quite comfortably out there in front. You can just see that higher stroke rate from Matthew compared to the other boys. I am liking the way that William Zhang is swimming this. He's had really consistent kick speed throughout and keeping that length of stroke. So if he can increase the rate down this final 50, he'll be in a really nice position. But doing just that is Ryan Zhu Zhang down in lane 6. You've seen him put that motor on from his legs and increase the speed of those arms going around and really move himself right up alongside William now.
Matthew Dacey still out in front. I don't think the boys out in lanes 5 and 6 will be able to put enough pressure on. He will come first and he will touch it. 2:14.27, followed by Ryan Zhangzhu, 2:16.69. And in third, William Zhang, 2:17.06.
And we're underway for event 84, the boys' 14-year 100-metre individual medley. We've seen a lot of these swimmers out in the pool already this morning, and now they're here for a nice, quick medley event.
If you want to see one of the most interesting events on our short course program, and it only lies in the short course program, this is the one for you. The 100 IM, just 25 metres of pure sprint in each stroke with these stroke transitions. from fly to back to breast, and breaststroke to freestyle, and certainly going to be putting on quite the display of that efficiency on the skills will be Han Tang Wang. He comes into this one not far outside the age record set in 2011 by Nicholas Gronwald, who was such an incredible short course racer. He's only got about half a second he needs to drop off his personal best if he wants to take that one. He's just cruising his way through this heat this morning.
He's an absolutely incredible swimmer, as we've already seen today, as he comes in to touch that wall with a time of a 102.9. Second is Chris Zhu with 103.46, and third 103.79 for Michael Panknin.
So a pretty relaxed start out of the first heat, a 102, the pace to beat for lane 4 into the final. Ethan Carr got away quickly through the first 25, leading the way ahead of lane 2, Evan Niam, and lane 6, Peter Trin.
Yeah, lane 4, they're spending quite an ample time under the water there, popping out halfway down. Strategic because it's placed him, Ethan Carr, there out in front as he's going into this breaststroke portion. The shorter course of the medley, it's very different to the longer course of it. The high intensity and speed, the breaststroke doesn't really make up as much ground, does it?
You certainly don't have as much time to make a difference. Where you do need to pick up those vital milliseconds is on these skills and underwaters, as we've just seen Peter Kim, the second half of this race from him, so dominant. He's almost going to take over, and he will. Wow. He gets the win from lane 5, 101.70, our new leader, ahead of Ethan Carr, 101.80, and Evan Niam down in lane 2 takes the third place spot in a 103.08.
Underway here for heat 3 of 4 for the 14-year age group. 100-metre individual medley out in the butterfly portion. Lanes 4 and 5 doing well coming into that turn, though, but it's vital coming into the backstroke now to get that time underwater, to get everything timed correctly. We've got lane 4 just hugging that lane rope there a little bit. Lachlan Bull as he touches in and goes into the breaststroke portion here.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. Timing in this race is everything. You have to be able to time those finishes onto the wall. You don't want to finish on a half stroke, and in particular, you really don't want to have to glide on because you just lose so much momentum. It was nice timing there from Lachlan Bull going into this freestyle, and that gap widens as he comes down the final 25. It's the two boys in the centre who are really setting the pace out of our third and final circle-seated heat. And once again, we've got a new leader who will take lane 4 tonight.
1 minute .95 for Lachlan Bull, second 102.12 for Cooper Scott, and third is a 104.14 for Oscar Zhu. Fantastic race there out of heat 3. And we are underway here for heat 4 of 4 for the individual medley here, the 100 metre, which I think it's my new favourite event.
I think it's a lot of athletes' favourite events, particularly because you only do get to do it for half of the season or half of the year. for our short course season. It's such a fun one, and it's a really great one to get involved in, particularly if you have a main stroke that you're so used to racing and working on. This is just like that throw-in event for a little bit of excitement. You get once a year that you have the opportunity to do a personal best and drop off a little bit of time. So this one is usually one that we quite often have a lot of athletes participating in. As we move into our fourth and the final heat, it is Bobby Zhang out of lane 3 who led the way after the breaststroke, but it's close between those 3 center lanes down this final lap.
My goodness, it's close. Definitely going to be using Hawkeye here to see who's going to be touching that touchpad first. And it's Bobby Zhang there with a 106.19. And coming in second, Maverick Houston with a 106.26. And with a 106.29 is Aiden Adhoff. Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and aquatic facility maintenance partner is Mattioli. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. The partnership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the region. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victorian swimming infrastructure, and we're seeing it here today. The pool is absolutely magnificent here at MSAC. With the we're in the Horton pool, as well as we've got McConnell pool as well. That are doing both heats today.
Yeah, Mattioli, the guys down there are so easy to chat to. So if you have any pool maintenance that needs going on at your facilities, please get in touch with them. They are the absolute best. They have so much experience backing them, and they have so much, it's just a pool of knowledge, one might say.
Pun intended. We're about to get underway. Event 86, the boys' 15-year 200-metre backstroke. Off to a good start here. Those middle lanes again, 4 and 5, but it's all about the timing, the turn, how long you spend underwater, that extra little bit of dolphining there that's really going to highlight who's going to be the leaders in this race.
I think we're certainly going to see a lot of strategy and different tactics out of this one. We only have the 2 heats this morning, so 20 swimmers vying for 10 spots up for grabs for our final. And I just think this might be the one where there is that little bit of a room to maybe hold back. But not really holding back much is Kepler Snyder's out of lane 4. He's already got a body length lead at the 75-metre mark, so maybe he didn't quite get the memo about taking it easy, or either we're going to see an incredibly fast swim from him tonight.
Absolutely, because if this is his laid back, I'd be very interested to see his final later on tonight. But he's doing fantastic now, getting 2 bodies length out in front, but a good position to be in, just knowing that you're going to, not breeze through this race, because obviously backstroke is still an incredibly hard swim to do, especially for the 200-metre distance. But to have that lead and to know that you're going to get there would feel pretty good.
100%, and it does look like he is just breezing through this one. Very relaxed throughout the stroke. Sitting in second place, Aiden Ramos out of lane 5. He turns the split about 2 seconds behind that of Kepler. The race for third and fourth in this one, pretty tight. Angus Goodison and Kaylin Theodore. You would be pretty confident if you're in that top 3 that you're going to score a place into tonight's final. Fourth, you should go close. Fifth, maybe on the fence. We've seen a few of these later heats really perform well. A couple of times in races this morning, that third prelim has been one of the quickest times.
Absolutely. And we've got the finish here from Kepler Schneider with a 2:03.86. Coming in second, 2:09.10 is Aiden Ramos, and in third, Angus Goodison with a 2:10.52. So good finishes there for across the board. Underway now for heat 2 of 2 for this timed final for the boys 15 years 200-metre backstroke. And these boys have seemed to be doing the opposite of what the last heat did. They're absolutely motoring through that first 25 metres and got a nice little lead there out of lane 4 for Campbell Mills. Just about half a body's length, but lane 8, Xavier Moat is doing quite well too.
Yeah, so they'll come through the first 50, 29.0 for Campbell. Held that really good underwater, solid dolphin kicks, continuous, quite a few of them to make his way through to about the 10-metre mark. Be interesting to see if he can hold that throughout this entire 200. The 200 back, a lot heavier on the lung capacity than a few of these other races, because not only do you need to hold your breath on the underwater, but you're upside down. So you're on your back, which just adds that extra little bit of a challenge there too. He will remain our leader at the halfway point, still with a pretty good pace, 101.22, ahead of Broderick Coyne, 103.27, and Lev Dishluk in third, 103.4.
It's got just a nice lead there, about a body's length, not as much as the previous heat with Kepler, but he would be feeling pretty good coming into the second portion of the race, but I definitely wouldn't count out the second and thirds in Broderick and Lev there. Just keeping that pace and making sure that those turns and their underwaters are all in fine form, and you can actually see that gap is closing a little bit now.
Yeah, it sort of looked like it was from distance. Based on their splits, though, those two boys were just a little bit off the pace of Campbell Mills. They seem to be working him back throughout the swim component, but once again, the skills from Campbell just continue to surge him ahead of the group. As you said, a little bit different tactics to we saw from Kepler, a bit higher stroke rate coming out of Campbell, and the time there will be a little bit slower, 2:08.35 for Campbell Mills. Lev in second, 2:10.61, and Broderick third, 2:10.69. Our fifth seeded time out of the first heat was a 2:14, so pretty much anyone that's broken under that is going to have a spot in tonight's final.
Moving on to event 88 now, the boys 16-year 200-metre backstroke. So same length, same stroke, just up an age group here. Got a nice solid start here out of lanes 4 and 5 in the likes of Liam Paulson and Ben Merrilees. Just a little bit out in front there, though, is Liam out of lane 4. Just half a body's length, but that could definitely change going into those turns.
Yeah, once again, be curious to see with only 2 of these heats this morning how much they want to push in the heat swim. I know a couple of these athletes, they do like to have a bit of a hit out in the morning and see what they're capable of producing and then try to mimic it again in the final with just those minor tweaks or maybe a few areas of improvement. So we'll see how they go time-wise. Liam Paulson comes in around the 2:02 mark and he'll be first through the 100-metre turn. Under the minute, 59.43, some pretty cruisy pace from him. And he just looks like he's quite switched off now as he's hit the second 100.
Absolutely, but it's, again, a good position to have. Each of these heats, we've produced one clear leader, and to be in that position, they're just making the right strategy in coming into that turn, coming out of the water, spending the right amount of time underneath dolphining as well, conserving that energy a little bit there. But it looks like an absolute breeze out there for lane 4 with Liam Paulson as he's coming into 50 metres to go.
Yeah, he almost looked like when he pushed off at that 150-metre mark, he had a bit of a look to see where the other boys were. He knows he's got quite the buffer now and could just stay strong but relax. You don't want that technique to fall off. He's still been maintaining a couple of dolphin kicks on the underwater, nothing too challenging. I think a few of these other boys too now might have just switched off a little bit. Daniel Vinci out of lane 3 looks pretty comfortable. Ben Merrilees still pushing it a bit through the legs but relaxed on the upper body. So those 3 will touch first, second and third and be pretty confident of having a spot into the final tonight.
And we are underway. Heat 2 of 2 here for the 16 years 200-metre backstroke. I'm curious to see if we're going to have another competitor out here just break away and keep that steady rhythm as it's done in the last couple of heats for this event. And it's looking like it's going to be lane 4 Oliver Callio who is going to be attempting to get that body to 2 bodies length of lead.
Well, same as Liam Paulson from the heat before, both of these boys swim for Vic Centre. So we saw Liam, the strategy of really nailing that first 100, came in under the minute mark and then switched off for the second portion of the race. Oliver seems to be doing a similar beginning to this one. He'll turn in first at 75. He's really separated himself from Angus Yule and Jack Trianides. And then there's a couple of boys in Benjamin Van Dyke and Oscar Woith in 6 and 7 who are really close together here as we hit that halfway point.
That we do. It's almost like when they get all turn and go into the same lap there, a nice little V formation. It's almost like synchronized swimming here, but very good lead here for Oliver Callio as he's coming into that next turn there. It just seems to be all working quite well for him. He's lining up that timing there, doing his turn, doing the dolphin, and it all seems to be at a very similar length as well that he's underwater there for.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. It's almost an exact diagram of how our seeding from entry times work. Fastest in lane 4, then we go to 5, 3, 6, 2, 7, 1. And then our 10th placed seed time out in lane 9. And if you were going to give an example to the people watching at home, this is it on your screen here as we turn now for the final 25 with Oliver Callio. Really relaxed here. Look at the speed. I think his stroke rate's probably dropped by about 10 down this final lap. So he'll come in pretty similar speed to the heat before, a little bit off the time set by Liam Paulson, but close to the guys who were second and third. 2:10.33 for Oliver, 2:13 for Angus, and 2:13.1 for Jack.
Moving on to event 90 now, the boys 17-18 at 200 metre backstroke. So again, same stroke, same distance, just up an age group here. So we've got a nice start here across the board from all of the boys. Unlike the other events, we've actually got quite two, lane 4 and 5 there. Lane 4 in Zayden Burton, lane 5 in Kynan Power, who are pushing and trying to get ahead here.
Yeah, they're definitely attacking the first 50, going out together as a nice little grouping between the three centre lanes. I was just thinking, if you enjoy backstroke, this morning is the one for you. We have plenty of it on display. And the 200, one of the more grueling events on the program short course, 8 laps, 7 turns, plenty of opportunities for those underwaters. It's all about balancing that ability to be able to hold your breath with not overdoing it and fatiguing, because the last thing you want is all of that lactic acid sitting in your legs and being dragged along down the final 25.
Absolutely not. And it's looking very good here. It's stroke for stroke almost, and we've got our clear three leaders at this current moment, which is quite different from all of the backstroke that we've seen this morning, having a little bit of competition in the leadership board here. Even lane 3 with Samuel Mills, he's pushing hard to just coming into this turn now. They're all touching the wall at a 135 with milliseconds apart. So it really is tough competition out there for these boys.
Yeah, just on the split there, Samuel Mills had the quickest one of the three in the lead. So the other two are going to need to just push through on this final 25 if they want to hold off Sammy Mills. Once again, though, very close between them. Kynan, maybe the slight advantage as we come down under the flags. Keep an eye out for Zayden Burton stretching onto the wall, though. It will be Kynan. Pretty close, 2:07.6, 2:07.9 for Zayden, and 2:08.1 for Samuel.
we are underway for the second heat here for the boys at 17-18, 200-metre backstroke. Plenty of opportunity to be able to qualify for the timed finals later on here with only 2 heats here. Nice start out of lanes 3 and 4 here. Lane 3, Lamil Janasa, and lane 4, Yanuk Zhang. Just got a nice little lead out there to begin with.
Yeah, but take a look at these underwaters from Enoch. Just holding through past 10 metres on every wall. The first turn, I should say, was pretty incredible. He pushed through really close towards that 15-metre mark, and as we know, in our events, our freestyle, butterfly and backstroke, we do have that allowance. Athletes can stay underwater 15 metres off every single lap. It is a good skill to have, and if you can hold it throughout an entire 200, like, power to you. That is a pretty impressive feat.
Absolutely. And he seems now I'm really honing in and having a look at how far he is going, and he is doing that full 15 metres, and it's like clockwork. He's doing the absolute same thing every single lap there, and it's working in his favour.
Yeah, it really is. It does give the arms a little bit of an opportunity to have a rest, so you can get a bit more power from each of those strokes. So we come up to the 3/4 mark here. It will be Enoch Zhang holding on to that lead and holding on to the underwater work. Turns in a 1:35 ahead of Lemuel, 1:37, and Brody Cargill, one of the quicker splits from that second lap, from that third 50, I should say, in a 33.5. So he's increasing his speed as we come down to the final 25.
Absolutely, and there's not much left in it now. A good solid underwater dolphin there from our leader Enoch Zhang, and it worked for him as he's coming under the flags now to touch in with a time of 2:08.36. Second coming in at 2:11.52 is Brody Cargill, and third 2:12.2 Lamil Janasa. Event 92, the boys 12 years, 200 metre, and if you guessed it, it's backstroke again. Getting all of the backstroke underway here at MSAC for the 2026 UNCLOUD Victorian at Age Short Course Championship. And we are seeing the first 25 metres there for our 12-year-old boys. We've got lanes 4 and 5 out in the lead at the moment. Henry Arnott in lane 4, Luca Persocino in lane 5.
I really do like this transition, though, between our previous race, our older athletes of the weekend, the 17, 18 years, and then we move to our youngest swimmers, the 12-year-olds. You could see them eagerly standing behind the blocks, watching that heat before, and we certainly had some great skills on showcase and on display for them to keep an eye on. So wasn't that just fantastic to see? And then we get to watch these youngsters really push and try to work their skills as well.
It's really good for the boys, especially watching the blocks, to athletes that they look up to as well in this short course competition, coming into like their first year in this competition. It's just fantastic to see. Definitely a huge size comparison there of the shorter boys, but we'll get to see them grow as the years go on in this short course and long course seasons.
We certainly will, and a couple of these boys definitely had a little bit to look up to in that previous heat. The two Traralgon swimmers who One is leading the way and the other sitting in third place spot throughout this first heat. Henry Arnott and Riley Bartlett. Just saw Brodie Cargill almost negative split by the looks. His 200-metre backstroke, he finished so well in that final 50 with a 32. Let's see what Henry has left in store from us as he turns for home now on the final 50. Luca Persicino out of lane 5. He's been right alongside him the whole way. Can he pull up next door and really push our leader in lane 4 in this final 25?
There's really not much in it between the two. It's going to be really vital here in that turn. And we do see that lane 4, Henry Arnott is able to maintain that just little bit of a stretch there, but there really isn't much in it between the two boys here, Luca Persicino. As we're switching to that second camera angle, though, there is half a body's length as he pushes forward there, bringing in a time of 2:30.03. That's Luca Persicino. Actually, Henry Arnott got first there, and second Luca Persicino, and in third place Riley Bartlett.
So we'll just wait for our Hawkeye technology. It will have that time from lane 4 as the touchpad hasn't quite gone off there, but no need to fear. We do have our incredible Hawkeye that will come in with our correct times and sort that one out.
We are underway here for heat 2 of 3 for the boys' 12-year-old 200-metre backstroke here, event 92. As we've got the boys in here, lane 3 out in front here for William Siddles. Yarra Plenty just out in the lead there. And coming in at second is Otto Piper from Vic Centre out of lane 4. So doing well to just maintain a good little rhythm there, those two boys coming into the turn at the same time.
Yeah, these guys kind of stood out to me a little bit in some of the finals last night. They've been both doing some really good drops from their entry times, and it's great to see a couple of these more slightly outside ranked swimmers such as the likes of William Siddles, who has improved so much over this last season, really start to push it and make it into a few extra finals and bits and pieces. So good to see him pushing along Otto Piper out of lane 4 through this 200 backstroke.
Absolutely. As they're getting well underway in this 200 metre, it's such a taxing event, this one. 200 metres of backstroke, a lot of breath holding, and obviously, like I said earlier, being upside down. And for the 12-year-olds, they're doing incredibly well to be getting the times that they are, coming in at a split time of 1:11 for the 2 leaders of this event. They're just doing so well out there.
Yeah, if they hold on to their current pace, they're definitely going to have some nice drops from their entry times. So William Siddles came into this one at a 2:38. Also doing a fantastic job way over in lane 1 is Ethan Ma. His entry was a 2:48, so I can't imagine that he will be doing anything less than dropping about 10 seconds off that one as we come down with 10 metres left to go for our leaders.
As we've got lane 3 coming in to touch that wall at a time of 2:25.88. That's William Siddles. Second place, 2:28.10, Otto Piper. And touching that wall in third is Ethan Ma out of lane 1 with a 2:34.46. So incredible off his seat time there.
Just a casual 14 seconds.
No biggie at all, hey.
Oh, to be 12 again.
We are about to get underway for our third heat of the 12-year-old 200-metre backstroke. It's good to see so many young swimmers out here to be able to have a third heat in this event compared to the two for the other age groups. Nice start here across the board, but of course our lanes 4 and 5, lane 4 Caleb Smith, lane 5 Wei Dio is doing quite well, maintaining that the stroke there.
So Wai, known to his family and friends at Yarra Plenty as Terrence, so that's the Australian name that he goes by. So if you keep an eye on those two athletes in the middle, they have led us through at the first 50 metre, and some good underwaters continue to be showcased by our 12-year-olds. So incredible work to see. What I have really enjoyed about this 12-year age group is we had 3 heats of athletes who not only qualified for this event, but nearly all of them have dropped time off that entry time. So obviously they're swimming a lot quicker than it even took to be here, and that's just so fantastic to see.
It really is. It's always good when swimmers beat their PBs, but especially this young age group as well. They'd be pretty stoked to like you said, 14 seconds off your seed time in the last event. It's pretty incredible. It's no easy feat, that's for sure.
Honestly, it's almost a whole lap that they've just sliced off. An amazing job being done here by Caleb Smith, who started to push ahead of the field now through this third 50. They were close at the halfway point, and he's really lifted, in particular, lifted that stroke rate. You can just see the continuity of his arm speed. Not too many pauses either, which is really nice. You don't want to have any points of your backstroke where you hold it for too long or stop that flow of the arm going through.
Yeah, absolutely. He's quite relaxed out there as well, which is, it's always good when a swimmer looks relaxed because it means they're in their zone and they're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing. I think when, they're looking a little bit more stressed, that's when you'll be a bit more concerned. But to be just out there looking like it's no big deal is a good position to be in when it comes across that way to the viewer.
Another good position to be in seems to be lane 7. Miran Gaykazes has done a fantastic job through the second half of this race. He'll touch in second behind Caleb Smith now, who finished at a 2:30.69, Moran 2:36.75, and then Terrence onto the wall third, 2:37.89.
For event 94, it is the boys' 13-year-old 200-metre, take a guess, backstroke. We're still in there halfway through, and we've got, for those backstroke lovers watching at home, this is the pool for you, as we've got the next age group, the 13-year-old boys, so just up from those 12-year-olds now, and we're seeing a nice lead again from lane 4. We've got Yi Yang there with just about a half a length in front of Hongyang Q in lane 3.
Yeah, we certainly have seen some good swims out of these 200-metre backstrokes, which makes it even more enjoyable to watch. A lot of these athletes really attacking the heat swims, even if it's just setting up part of their race. And we know that they're going to have a lot more speed in this evening's final sessions, which excites me even more because I have a feeling we might see a few more of those records go in our final session tonight. Keep an eye on them and make sure that you tune in again from 5 o'clock this evening. As we hit the 100-metre point, the halfway turn, it is still E out in front of Hope Koo in lane 3, 106 and 108. Then we move out to lane 2, Patrick Clark, 110, and Austin Baxter, 112. So some pretty even gaps now between those lead 4. And this is where, if they want to start making a move, you've got to start putting those or bringing those legs in now.
Absolutely. With that... Again, it looks so comfortable out there for Yi Yang, just absolutely cruising through this swim, which again means that he's in a rhythm, is doing well to be able to maintain and time those terms, spend that time underwater there. For the 13-year-old age gap to get past the flags, that is still quite an incredible feat to be holding your breath for that long amount of time, and it's definitely working in his favour with now 3 to 4 body lengths between him and second place.
Yeah, he has been very consistent on the underwaters. Hope doing a great job there too. He's still held to about that 5-metre point. There's a little bit of room for improvement if you want to compare the pair. There will be E touching in first, 2:16.32, ahead of Hope, 2:22.45. And then third goes to Patrick Clark, 2:25.03.
About to get underway for the second of 4 of the boys 13 years 200-metre backstroke here, as they're just motoring away now. And that was an incredible amount of time underwater there out of lane, was it 4?
Yeah, Daniele Mancini went through to about the 13-metre mark, so still a little bit of a room. It's not really pushing on that 15, which is good to see. And he held it off the turn too, so the more he can do that over this 200, definitely going to be and prove advantageous for him. He'll lead us through 32.71 ahead of Asa Daywood out in 7, 33.83, and Emmanuel Commerling in lane 5 coming in that third place spot.
We're just starting to see a little bit of gap making out here in the pool at the moment, with Daniele doing well to be able to maintain that lead. But in lane 5 there, Emmanuel is doing well as alongside Asa Daywood there too. So there's still a lot left in this race. It is the 200-metre event, but the lead, again, it's consistent and it's good.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what time Daniele can do here. We saw E go a little bit quicker than his entry. He came in with a 2:17, produced a 2:16 from the heats. So we know that he's got a bit of speed, and if we can see a couple of these boys sitting around that same time, it's going to make for an interesting final later on today, which would be incredible to see. I mean, it's so fantastic when you have someone who is just that dominant leader, well out in front, but it's more exciting for us, the viewers, when we get a good race. I'm sure it's probably less exciting for the swimmers if they're trying to work their way into the front, and they're putting in the hard yards and we just get to sit back and enjoy it.
That's it. But like you said, out of all of these heats, we've got that one clear winner. So when you put them all together in a pack, that's what makes a good race. But you need these time finals to be able to, produce those results and get the best of the best in that into the final.
So we'll come down to the touch, and it will be just outside the time set in the previous heat. Daniele Mancini, 2:18.21, wins heat 2. Close onto the wall for second between 3 athletes, but Emmanuel comes away into that second spot. 2:25.30 with Leonardo Hernandez touching for third in a 2:25.79.
And we are underway for heat 3 of 4 for the 200-metre backstroke, the 13-year-old age group here. Nice even start across the board here, but we're just seeing that going into the first turn, lanes 4 and 5 pushing out in front. Lane 4, Elijah Lamont, and lane 5, Darby Blackwell. They're just inching their way away from the pack.
Yeah, now what a meet Elijah Lamont's had. Picked up 3 gold medals across yesterday's racing.
Wow.
That's not a bad handful to come away with in the 400 free, 1500 free, and the 200 IM, I believe. So we know he's got a pretty good distance background. Can Darby Blackwell take out this first 100 quick enough to kind of get away from him and maybe just push Elijah along? He's probably feeling a little bit tired after racing so many events yesterday.
Absolutely. The body would definitely be feeling it, but this is what it's all about, isn't it? You put in all those hard trainings and, consistency every day to come to these meets and to produce your best work. So it's what it's all about. But I'm definitely glad I'm on this side of the pool and not in it.
Me too, certainly. The hard work being done by our athletes, and these 13-year-old boys certainly really pushing through these heats as well. We've seen pretty much personal bests from entry times from each of our leaders and our winners in the past 2 heats. So no one really heat swimming this one per se as they turn now with 50 metres left to swim. There's only 8 100ths separating the 2 boys in the centre. Elijah probably a little bit better on the underwater there. Went in behind but maybe popped up in front. And he looks like he might just want this a little bit more.
It does look like it, but it's definitely going to be an interesting last 25 metres, particularly for first and second, but also for finding third as well. The fight here, I'm waiting for the camera angle to switch as we hear the teammates cheering on their competitor as we're coming in for the finish there. And in first place it is Elijah Lamont with a 2:19.19, and just behind him Darby Blackwell with a 2:19.77, and coming in third William Teo with a 2:26.46. we're about to get underway here for our fourth and final heat of the boys 13-year 200-metre backstroke, as we've got half the pool occupied at the moment for this race. Just finishing off the final heat. Coming out in front in the lead there is actually a lane 6 in William Wallace from the Tiger Sharks, touching that wall at the 25-metre mark first. But it's early days here for this race. Never know who is going to take a little bit, put in that little bit of extra effort and get up ahead.
Yeah, the tables can certainly turn pretty quickly in a 200-metre event. It is 8 laps that you have to be able to hold on for. Obviously, trusting the work and the training that he's done. William Wallace leads the way at the 50-metre mark, 33.25. So started beautifully. Really worked the skills. That's what's been the differentiating factor we've seen in the previous couple of heats. Those who can be better on the underwater are saving themselves, so their swim component, they've got that little bit extra energy, a bit more fight in their back pocket.
Absolutely. Seems to be hugging that line a little bit there as he progresses through this next lap. Still got a good distance between about 3 bodies lengths, touching that wall at a split time of 1:10.84, and second is 1:15.10 in out of Jasper Zauer there.
So it was close between those minor placings here behind William Wallace. Not really much between Jasper and Jordan on the outside lanes, but William continues, if anything, to increase that lead he set through the first 50. He had about 4 seconds there. So we have 50 metres left to swim. He's extended that 4 seconds out now to about 7, so nearly doubled his early lead.
That's it. Not much left in this race now for this final heat of the 13 years 200-metre backstroke, as William Wallace is going into the final 15 metres of this race here. He's going to be definitely bringing home the first in this final.
And he could score himself a place into the final with that swim. On entry time, I wasn't sure it could be done, but I think he's gone pretty close. That's quite a bit quicker than we've seen from some of the minor placings within the previous heats. So what a swim out of Heat 4 by William Wallace. Just took off about 16 seconds from his entry time.
No biggie, hey. Event 96 now, the boys 14-year 200-metre backstroke event, as they're underway now, as we've got our backstroke portion almost finished with for this morning session here. But these boys are definitely turning it on in this first heat there. Lanes 4, Harry Caligaris, and lane 5 with Chris Zhu doing quite well in this first heat.
Yeah, they are 100% through the first 50. 29.1 for Harry Caligaris, followed by Chris Zhu, 31.01 with Oliver Brown into third there, 33.51. Now, Harry, quite the lead he has coming into this event. His entry time is a 2:08. The next fastest within this heat sits at a 2:17. Our next fastest overall is still a 2:14. So he's got a 6-second buffer. It's really just Harry racing the clock in this 200 back.
Absolutely, and you can definitely tell the way that he just keeps extending that lead. His form, even the way that his arms are positioned, he's got a really comfortable looking stroke, if that makes sense. He's nailing it, getting a good extend on that, and propelling himself forward. Back.
It certainly makes sense to me. Easy, breezy, efficient backstroke is what we want to see. And that's what you see at an elite level. The easier it looks, the faster they're probably going. Smooth is probably the term we really look for in this 200. You don't want to be too bouncy because then you're wasting energy going up and down on the spot. If you can keep it smooth right along the surface, just holding that good body line, that's where we see the speed. And Harry doing a fantastic job of that. He's got a really good still head position. And he continues to power and motor through this one. It's going to be a fast time onto the wall. Under entry by over a second, 2:07.02 for Harry. Touching in second will be Chris Zhu, 2:13.96. He also goes quicker than he's swum before. And it will be William Staggard who comes under the flags next into the finish at a 2:23.56.
It is about to get underway here for Heat 2 of 3 for the boys' 14-year 200-metre backstroke as the boys hit the water now, dolphining hard to get to that halfway point in the pool as we see a nice lead here out of lane 3 for Ethan Carr as he takes that first turn. And coming up really close behind him in lane 4 is a Fraser Blair there. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 are doing quite well stroke for stroke, getting touching that wall almost at the same time. Looking at that split time, all on that 31 seconds, but 0.3 the difference between the three boys. As we see lane 4 now in Fraser Blair just taking about a half a stroke length in front of his competitors there, working really hard to be able to race against the clock there with an incredible, because it was 2:07 in the previous heat is the time aiming for there, as we see Fraser Blair just taking his time, racing his own race here as he approaches this next turn, and doing so spending a little bit of time going up underneath the flag there, extending that lead now to a full body's length as he's closing in that gap. Going into the final 50 metres now is Fraser Blair touching that wall at a 1:38.73. Close behind him at a 1:45.1 is Ethan Carr as they head into the final 25 metres of the 200-metre backstroke. It's looking good here for lane 4, Fraser Blair out of MLC Aquatic. Home ground advantage as he's just pushing through each stroke to be able to touch that wall, and he's done so in a time of 2:12.21, which is fantastic to see. Second, 2:16.57 for Ethan Carr, and third hitting that wall is Jason Denholm with a 2:20.85.
Small delay there, waiting for that second pull to kick off. A few times today so far, We have seen these pools sync up with their starts. And I think the rhythm that they've found is they have let the girls in the McConnell pool go first. And we're off and racing now.
The third heat for the 14 years 200 metre backstroke.
Yep.
Got a clear leader here out of lane 4 and 6 in Byron Morgan and Michael Pankin.
Byron, 30.96. Sheng Yu, 32.42. And in lane 6, Michael Pankin, 33.07. As they approach the 75 metre mark now. Byron Morgan still out in front by about a body length, 104.61. See, he's got his hips right up out of the water there.
Definitely a good advantage out of lane 4 there to be in this position. Byron Morgan coming into that halfway point at a 139.31. Definitely good to have that length of lead and comfortability, but definitely fighting hard in lane 5 is Sheng Yu Han, followed by lane 6, Michael Pankinen.
Yeah, with that much of a lead during a heat, you've probably got a bit of leeway to conserve some energy and save it for another event, which is pretty good. He does it 2:13.69, Byron Morgan. And second and third will be lanes 6 and 5. Michael Pankin, 2:22.40. Sheng Yu Han, 2:22.80.
As we just clear the pool, we prepare for event 97. Coming up, we've got the mixed 12 to 18 years 100 metre butterfly for our multi-class athletes. Just the 2 heats in this one this morning, and then we'll see them separated into some more individualised finals tonight. Keep in mind, for our multi-class, we separate for our medals between our 12-13s, our 14-15s, and then our 16 to 18-year-olds, as well as medals for both our male and female athletes. So take a look at the pool. We've got Jared Tegal. He put together a brilliant 200-metre freestyle earlier this morning, and he'll lead the way at the halfway point of the 100 fly.
Jared Tegal touches 30.43, followed by Lockie Blennion, 31.75. Ava Dennis, 36.87.
So Ava, one of our female athletes in that 16 to 18 years age group, and one of the only females in the water out of the first heat. So she'll be trying to set the pace. We'll see what the girls out of our next heat can produce. But on the finish, it will be Jarrah 103.92. Once again, ever so slightly outside his entry time, not by much. Lockie Ballion 108.56 to touch. Second athlete onto the wall, and then Ava will be our first female to finish. And her time there around that 124 mark. We'll just wait for Hawkeye to pick up that one. So once again, just waiting for that other pool to start their race so there's no confusion here. And we'll be ready for our second heat to get underway. We do have almost the reverse of what we just saw in the previous heat, which was nearly all of our male athletes with just Ava, whereas this time we have Mingzi, one of our male swimmers, surrounded by the girls.
So get on the blocks for the second heat. And they're underway now. Quite even from lane 4 and 5. Ming Pang, Meg, Conady. 25-metre mark. It is Mingzi out in front by about half a body.
Yeah, he comes into this one with a personal best time of 104.3. So that's almost 10 seconds quicker than Meg beside him. Throughout the first 50, though, only 2 seconds separated them. So hopefully Meg, almost being a little bit pushed along by Mingzi, could do potentially a nice drop from her time here as we turn for that final 25.
It's all Mingzi, though, out in front. Will hit the wall first. And does it in a 107.12. Not far behind at lane 5. Meg Kennedy, 114.14. Followed by Jessica McDermott, 118.49.
And then we'll see a few of our younger swimmers here make their way on to touch. Adele York, just 13 years of age. She's just outside her PB with Mackenzie Gibbs rounding out that field in a 132.28.
Often racing now, 100-metre backstroke for the 15-year-olds. Breaststroke, sorry.
We have had plenty of backstroke events this morning, but we are moving along now into the breaststroke. Just 4 heats out of this one for our 15 years age group. Quinn Richards comes in the fastest at a 103. That's not too far behind our age record of 102.56. We'll see if he's got that one in his sights for later on today.
Quinn Richards, Andrew Spencer, lanes 4 and 5. Battling it out. they make their final turn.
They were almost synchronised into that final stroke, lunging for the wall. A little bit of an advantage to Quinn down this final lap. Just a bit smoother through the underwater. Pretty relaxed swim, though. Picks up the pace in the last few strokes to get the touch. 106.29. Andrew in second. 107.17. And then Kaylin Theodore hits the wall in a 108.88 for third.
Underway now for the second heat of the boys 15 years 100 metre breaststroke. As looking here, those middle lanes looking good into the first 25 metres. Nice quick turn here, good underwater for lanes 4 and 5. Lane 4, Ishaq Ismail and Adriano Mariani.
Yeah, really smooth swimming from Adriano here. I like the way he goes from that reach out in front straight into the early catch, and like that scull at the front of the breaststroke does a really good job there. He is the leader at halfway by about half a second. Starting to do a little bit of work though through this third 25. Ishaq Ismail to close the gap a little, particularly on the underwater portion.
Definitely, it's close here between those two. They're really going stroke for stroke, but it's just looking like it's going to go in favour of Adriano Mariani with a 105.7, and at 106.66 was Ishaq Ismail, and then in third 109.4 Kai Witt. And we're into heat 3 now of the breaststroke, 100 metres, 15-year-old boys. They are working hard in this race. It's not an easy stroke to do 100 metres of it as well. Nice quick touch there out of lane 4 for Yixin Zhang, and close behind in lane 5 is Jaden Zhang as well.
So it's the two boys from Nunawading taking us through the first 51-2, 30.27 for Itchin and 30.87 for Jaden. Clear leaders out in front. Daniel Walter in 7, had a pretty good underwater. Callum Otto also swimming pretty quickly over in lane 3. The time to make the final looks to stand around a 109, so over 110 probably isn't going to do it.
And we've just got lane 4 here with Yixin. He's just that little bit ahead there, about body's length in front, and he's going to be able to manage to take that one home with a 105.05 ahead of Jaden Zheng in second with 106.29, and Callum Otto getting that third in 109.07. Heat 4 of 4 now for the 15-year 100-metre breaststroke. They are up and about here, these boys, literally up and out of the water with this stroke. And it's very vital to get their timing right as they're hitting that wall for the first turn. And it's done well out of lane 4 with Bill Wang. But they're all quite even across this race. Anyone's race, really.
Yeah, there's already been a little bit of swapping and changing. Certainly Bill Wang, the better of the first 25s, but really lifting through that one was Max Revisa. He'll turn in first by about half a second, 34.25 ahead of Dustin Tinu and then Jacob McCready. So this one just all over the place, but Max really being probably the performer throughout the middle portion.
Almost thought that he didn't time that turn right, but it still managed to stay in that lead position. But it's going to be a real nail biter here for second and third position as well. As they're coming into the final stretch, you can hear their teammates just absolutely egging them on there. 1:13.26 for Max Revisa. Second is Elijah Verco with a 1:14.37, and third Jacob McCready with a 1:15.39. So it literally was anyone's race. We are underway now for event 101 at the boys 16-year 100-metre freestyle. And in me just saying that, they've already swam that 25 metres and they're on their way to that 50-metre point. We've got a clear person out front, though, out in lane 5, which is Kasai Kojima. Lane 4, sorry. Leo Dong bringing that split time as a 24.16, but there's not much in it for the rest of them.
Interestingly enough, 24.16 is probably a pretty easy first 50 for him. We know he can go a 22.20 across the 50-metre sprint. So he looks to have just switched off, breathing every stroke. He's taken a look to see where Harvey Lee is sitting in second and relaxed onto the wall. Never thought I'd say that about a 51.39. Harvey Lee touches in second, 52.86. And then it will be Kaisei Kojima, 53.61. Keen to see this one later today.
Underway for heat 2 of 3 for the 16 years 100-metre freestyle. And these boys, they just put absolutely everything into this race as they're hitting at the 25-metre mark. That first turn, this is where we really start to see who's going to be coming out in front as we're approaching the halfway point of this race.
And once again, it looks to be the Caulfield Aquatic swimmers who lead the way at the 50-metre turn. Benjamin King out of 3 and Samuel Pozzoli out of 6. Following them on was Liam Paulson out of lane 4. Fastest qualifier coming in. Interesting to note, his entry time still slower than the time set in the previous heat by Leo Dong, looking relaxed. That's the kind of margin that our Leo Dong has. He's such an incredible performer, but his teammates from Caulfield certainly pushing and going to do some nice drops on time here. 51.83 for Benny King. And then Samuel, 52.96. It will be Liam who does finish in third place spot there at a 54 flat.
Underway now for heat 3 of 3 for the 16 years 100-metre freestyle. And if you thought those other two races were fast, this one is just as fast here coming out of the gate. We've got lanes 4 and 5 just pushing out slightly in front. That's William Goldstraw in lane 4 and Noah Chappell in lane 5 there as they're hitting that halfway point at about a 24 there for William Goldstraw.
Yeah, it's looking like those centre lanes for tonight's final might be occupied by most of the training team out of Caulfield. There will be a couple of other swimmers in trying to spoil that party, but definitely going to be a tough one for the bragging rights within the boys for this 16-year age group. William Goldstraw hits the wall first. The time hasn't quite shown up, but it has to be under 52, so 51 somewhere, I would assume. Noah Chappell touches in second at a 52.08, and then it will be Harold Zhu finishing third place spot out of this third heat at a 53.64. So I think under that 54 or 54 flat set by Liam Paulson is going to be around that 10th place spot in this one. That we're going to have an exciting final to watch tonight.
Absolutely. As we're moving on to event 103, the 17-1800 metre breaststroke, this is definitely going to be a very good event to watch here. We've got 3 heats of that. The first heat have entered the water now. Breaststroke, I still stand by one of the hardest strokes to be able to maintain, but these boys, they just do it so fantastically. Here as we're pushing out, we've got lane 4 touching that 25 metre mark. That's Harry Heath, who's swam fantastically this weekend as well.
Yeah, Harry's done a really good job. He had some good events last night in the finals. Obviously the 200 IM, one of his better races, and he put together a brilliant one in that, timed it to perfection, really worked the second half, and obviously this breaststroke component, one of his absolute strengths. Coming in ranked first at a 102.81. We do have a couple of the boys hot on his heels though. Milo Dressel de Bruin 103, and then Hamish Evans 104.0. Another one of our swimmers from MLC who had some great finalists yesterday evening too. So I'll be keen to see what they drop in the heats. As we come into touch though, Harry, he's going to be pretty close to his entry time here, just over at a 103.61. It will be Ashley Lansbury in second, 104.77, and then Max Malone touches third, 105.22.
We are into heat 2 of 3 now as the boys enter the water for the 17-18 100-metre breaststroke event. And they're out the gates and flying here for the first 25 metres, as we're going to see a few, like those 3 middle lanes touching the wall almost at the same time here. This is the portion of the race where we start to see a breakaway in a leader here coming up to that 50-metre mark.
Yeah, certainly hoping to have a little bit of a breakaway, but these outsiders just hanging on through that first 50, being dragged through. Andre Tallarico will be the leader, 30.59, with Milo Dressel de Bruin in second, 30.74, and then Daniel Nguyen, 31.04. But no one really letting go here. Our leaders have only just a small margin that could definitely change.
And it's going to be a very, very interesting final portion of this race, because those lanes, they're just waiting to see that camera angle switch to see here. It's definitely going to be between 4 and 5 here. Milo and Andre, and Milo ends up taking out the 104.73, coming in first. Andre Tallarico in second with a 104.97, not much between them at all. And third at a 105.75 is Daniel Nguyen. Underway here, heat 3 of 3 for the 100-metre breaststroke, 17-18 years. And there's one less swimmer in the pool, but we are still going hammer and head here as they go in for that first touch, spending ample time underwater, coming out now. And lanes 4 and 5 in the likes of Dax Conhidi and Hamish Evans are really pushing hard in this event.
Yeah, both of these athletes from MLC, but interesting to note, quite different technique throughout and different skills on the underwater, just really playing a vital part in those transfers. Dax, certainly the faster of the swim, but then Hamish just works his way back into this race. Bit of extra glide, bit longer underwater, and they'll turn for home almost in synchronized fashion.
definitely going to be interesting to see who's going to take that second, third spot as the drive here for the finish. The wall touch first there by Hamish Evans with a 104.4. Second is Dax Conhedy with a 105.04. And a third at a 105.16 is Ryan Martin. Underway now for event 105, the boys 12 years old, 100-metre individual medley. It's that favourite event now, which is going to be really good to watch here as they're powering through that butterfly. Lanes 4 and 5 doing well to switch over to the backstroke now. Lane 4, Austin Yuan, and lane 5, Lucas Wendt. So we're on to the second portion here, halfway through.
Yeah, and you can just tell how many people obviously enjoy competing in this one. We've got 6 heats in our session today of these 12-year-olds. So the youngsters getting around the 100 IM. Austin Yuan, fantastic couple of days of racing for him. He set the pace in quite a few events. A lot of depth from this youngster, and he'll lead the way into the freestyle, followed on by Lucas Wendt, who's holding on to second place spot ahead of Otter Piper.
Yes, as we're approaching the finish of this race, the freestyle portion, touching the wall in a 107.02 is Austin Yuan. Second, 109.8, Lucas Wendt, and at a 111.85, Otto Piper coming in third. And we are about to get underway for the second heat of the 100-metre individual medley, the 12-year-old age group. Hitting that butterfly first, as they're all pretty even amongst the pack here as they're approaching the quarter way mark here. Lane 5 touching that wall first in Jacob Liu. Going into backstroke now. It's really, don't count out those outside lanes, hey?
Yeah, certainly. I was honestly just taking a little bit of a look at the entry times, and although we circle seed these top 3 heats, so fastest swimmers of each of the first 3 heats in lane 4, then we move out progressively for each heat, the times aren't that different. So even your fastest qualifier in Caleb Smith sits at a 109, but then you're going all the way down to lane 2, and we're still seeing about 112. So not a lot between them, but certainly a really nice breaststroke there from Caleb Smith. He went from a 1 second lead to probably about a 3 second gap just within that 25.
And he's going to be taking it home with the freestyle now under the flags, about to touch the wall, coming in with a time of 108.49. That's Caleb Smith out of lane 4. Lane 6, Pierce Snow with a 111.78, and at third in lane 0, Michael Bronfer with a 113.21. Coming in for heat 3 now of 6 in this 100-metre individual medley for the 12-year-olds. Butterfly absolutely flying, if I do say so, in across all lanes here. very vital on this turn as they're coming up to the backstroke. Again, lanes 4 and 5 in the likes of George Zeng in lane 4 and Lark Privatelli in lane 5, doing well to maintain that leadership position. But don't discount lane 2. He's just come in at 32.3. Ziping Hao touching that wall first.
Yeah, he got off to a ripper in the butterfly. He just flew through the first 25 and he managed to hold on onto the wall there. But there's 2 centre lanes, just that breaststroke really making a bit of a difference here. Nothing now between George and Lark. A little bit better on the underwater from George perhaps out of 4, and he looks to be pretty secure down the final lap. Keep an eye on the time. Looks to be pretty cruisy. 108.76, Lark in 110.25, and then Zipping 112.49. So those 3, definitely a place for them in the final, which means it's going to be very close between quite a lot of athletes now. I think I saw about 4 or 5 swimmers on the 113 mark. So they'll be fighting it out within those ranks to see who can score the outside lanes. But we still have a few more heats here, and we have seen a couple of swimmers who have scored themselves a finals berth from these unseeded heats. We'll see if anyone can drop off enough time to get there.
Absolutely, as we go into our 4th heat now with the butterfly portion out of lane 4 and 5. Again, they're just doing so well. But it's actually lane 3 that's leading the butterfly portion at the moment. Name's just gone from the screen there. Tony Liu there. And we're into the backstroke portion now. But check out lane 9 as well. Rupert Owen is up there to keeping that little bit of distance between him and his competitors.
Now, all of the swimmers in this field sit between 117 and 118. They need to drop off around 4 seconds. They've gone through Tony 34.4. So he could go fairly close to that 13 mark, depending on how good his breaststroke is, but it's certainly not letting him down here. I think he's extended the lead.
I think he has too, by at least a body's length, as he's going into the last portion of this race, the freestyle event, and he is miles ahead now, coming into that halfway point of the freestyle. It's going to be a battle for 2nd and 3rd position here. Thank you to Hawkeye for their fantastic work as the wall is touched. 113.14 there, second for Tony Liu, and then Rupert Owen in second, 117.17, and at third, 117.73 for David Jung.
I tell you what, he might scrape in. There was a lot of 113.2s. I'd love to see that. A little outsider making his way into the top 10 and have a chance to race next to those quicker guys later on. See what he can do. What a great swim out of the 4th heat. The challenge is on heat 5. Impress us.
Absolutely, as they're about to enter the water here. Again, we could see another swim like that one just there by Tony as they're going into the butterfly portion. Again, even across the board here. Few people creeping out to try and get that lead. It is vital in this turn to make sure that that stroke ended, and going into the backstroke portion now, as we're seeing it is quite even across the pool.
I don't know what's going on the far side though. Those lanes seem to be just dropping time from all over. He's gone through Max McAuliffe in a 34.38, so that's the exact same split almost to what we saw from Tony. Can he hold on for this breaststroke, though? Doesn't quite look like it might be one of Max's strengths, but it certainly looks like it could be a strength of Harry Knight down in lane 7.
He's motoring.
He is motoring.
As he goes into that front touch, he absolutely gained about 3 or 4 bodies lengths there. That was an incredible breaststroke as he's coming into the freestyle now. But there is still a lot of athletes around him that are just going slightly bit faster. But we will see as he hits that wall at a 115.59. So close, Harry Knight there. Second at a 116.79, Damon Choi, and in third in lane 0, Daniel Liu with a 116.88. And we are underway for the sixth and final heat. There is a significant amount of less swimmers in the pool at the moment. We've got 3 boys here, the 12-year-olds with their butterfly touching that wall and going into the backstroke. Our leader at the moment is Ashton Kitchichungchit.
It is certainly a race between Surrey Park and Ivanhoe Swim. Looks to be the Surrey boys who lead the way at the halfway turn, going through in 36, but Henry King also hit the wall, still in that 36 bracket, so not a lot separating them. We know this breaststroke can make a huge difference. They come in at 119.9 and 120 flat. They've gone through it halfway together. They'll hit the wall together at 3/4 mark. Probably better of the turns went to the swimmer from Ivanhoe. But now Walter in the centre. He was fastest qualifier. He's trying to push. And come down under the flags. Looks like
close.
Henry. He'll hold it. A nice 2-second personal best. 117.46 for Henry King ahead of Walter Lay and Ashton Kittichonchit. And those 3 all dropping from their entry times. Congratulations, boys. Into the water now. It is event 107. We continue with our 100-metre individual medleys for our boys, moving along from the 12s into the 13-year-olds now. Quite a lot of these boys have been in plenty of swims already this morning, but that doesn't seem to have slowed them down. Out of lane 4, Billy Main doing the most. He'll hit the halfway point with a solid lead there, 28.71 ahead of Lucas Dew and Jaden Lee.
As is going into the breaststroke portion now, as we're going to see some position changing here. It's definitely not going to change position though for Billy Main. He seems to be nice and strong in each of his strokes here. Going into the wall now, into his freestyle portion. Following closely behind though in lane 6 is Lachlan Henderson. It's going to be a race to the finish here. As under the flags now is Billy Main as he's about to touch that wall at a 103.94. Second, Lachlan Henderson with a 105.48, and in third at a 107.33, Jaden Lee. And we're underway. Heat 2 of 8 in the 13 years 100-metre individual medley. Butterfly is almost over now for these boys, as touching the wall at lane 3 there. Doing quite well to come out ahead in the backstroke portion here. Really hammering through that portion now. Juyon 2. And out in lane 1, Yi Yang as well is definitely a contender as he's going into the breaststroke portion of this event.
Well, we saw him earlier in that 200-metre backstroke fastest qualifier, so we knew that he was going to have to work through the backstroke leg. Let's see if anyone can make up and close this distance. Tommy Zhao out of 4. Clearly breaststroke, one of his strong suits, moving through from 8th at the 50 into about 3rd place spot. And they're flying home now.
That they are. It's going to be an interesting finish here between the freestyle portion as they're approaching the wall, and it's going to go to Tommy Zhao out of lane 4 with a 105.69, second with a 105.85, Zhuyan 2, and then third 106.14, Aaron Lau. got a packed pool for every heat here in the 13-year-old boys 100-metre individual medley for the third heat now. Butterfly underway for these first 25 metres. 5 and 7 there, doing well to be able to touch that wall going into the backstroke portion of this event. But it's those middle lanes that are really holding out that lead. Yeah,
the butterfly element, it's almost like blink and you'll miss it. Over and done in around 13 seconds for a lot of these boys. I don't even think I can tie my shoes that quickly. That's so fast. And now they're starting to push through once again. We probably see a few of these boys making a little bit of gap up here. A good breaststroke from Gabriel Yao in lane 3. Looks like he is going to overtake the lead set by Thomas Grasso early on. So 6th to 1st from Gabriel. Also moving through 4th to 2nd for Parla.
An incredible effort here as they're bringing it home now with the freestyle portion, and it's looking like our leader could change, and it's Gabriel Yao with a 105.48 in second there. Thomas Grasso with a 105.53, and third with a 105.96 with Jason Wang. Not much in it at all between the three.
Well, I didn't think we would see a quicker heat than the depth of the second one, but we have just seen a few extra athletes hit that 105 mark. So I thought initially 106 to make the final. It's looking like maybe 106 might sneak in there, but it's going to be a predominant field of 105s. Another brilliant race we have coming up for you guys later on today.
And we're into our 4th of 8 heats, so there is still ample opportunity for someone like the arrangement to change for these finals here as we go into the backstroke portion. Lane 7, Eudes Gurigas is motoring there out of lane 7, coming into that halfway point as he takes that turn at a 30.72. So nice quick speed there for him as they're into the breaststroke portion, but we'll see if this does anything to the leaderboard.
Yeah, I really like the way he just attacked the wall, sped up going in. You want to try and get as much momentum on your side coming into the breaststroke as possible, especially if it's not one of your strengths. You can make up a little bit of ground just having that momentum off the wall. Having the best of the breaststrokes, though, over out of lane 3, Lucas Yu. He's your new leader from the Tiger Sharks, and he's going to storm home to victory out of this 4th heat in a 109.73. Eustace in second, 111.18. And then Harvey Nguyen touches third, 111.97.
And we are off and racing for heat 5 of 8 for the 100-metre medley butterfly portion. We've got a clear leader at the moment in lane 6, Nicholas Seskis, but just as you know, that butterfly doesn't mean that that leader is going to be for the duration of this event. Heading into the backstroke now. It's looking good still for Nicholas Seskis, but lane 1 as well, Colin Boothman is doing quite well coming into that second with a 32.5.
It was pretty clear that Nicholas, great butterflyer, also had that great fly kick off the wall into the backstroke. Let's see if he can put together another good underwater onto the freestyle. We've just seen lane 4, Inigo Villegas, move through from 7th into almost 1st position, and Austin Baxter down in lane 8. So a race of 3 across the pool almost, but Inigo looks to have this one signed, sealed and delivered as he comes down under the flags. He'll take it out. 111.12 ahead of Nicholas, 112.14, and then Cohen into third, 112.16.
underway now with heat 6 of 8 of the 100-metre individual medley as they're powering through their butterfly now, touching that wall, switching over to the backstroke. Nice underwater there from lane 3 in Dale Yang, doing quite well to maintain that leadership position as he's approaching that wall. As we know, with breaststroke, anything can change. All coming around now and entering the breaststroke portion of this event.
That's what makes these medleys so exciting. It doesn't really matter who's leading at each of the individual walls or turns, because all that really matters is who hits the wall first on that final lap. So it can swap and change as much as it likes, and it's so great to see kids utilising their strengths. Speaking of strengths, William Jar over in lane 0. What a strength that breaststroke was for him. An outside smoker we have again. You've got to love to see it. This is going to be a big drop from his 1:13 entry time. Almost under the 1:10. 1:10.53 ahead of Dale Yang, 1:11.60. And Jaden Zhu touching third, 1:11.97.
Heat 7 of 8 now as they're going through their butterfly portion, the first 25 metres of this event. Doing quite well across the board. Nice turn here into the backstroke. They're starting to pop out of the water now. Lane 5 in William Wallace, who's raced quite well today, is out in front at this current moment, heading into the breaststroke portion. As he touches that wall, spends a very ample amount of time underneath.
Yeah, what a great day William Wallace has had. I think I have a new catchphrase now. It's what would William do? Because he has not let being in these later heats slow him down whatsoever. Just laying it all on the line. Fell behind, maybe a little bit on the breaststroke. Zane Matenje, a really good breaststroker, closed that gap a little bit. But off William goes again. Come into this one with an entry time of a 1:14. I said a 1:06 would nearly make it into the final. He's going to be close once again, maybe just outside. Certainly well within top 20 though. Congratulations, William Wallace, on a massive drop. 1:06.53.
Incredible. And we're underway with our 8th heat of the 13 years 100-metre medley. Got two swimmers in the pool. Supposed to have 3, just got 2.
I'm going to look at this exactly like a swim-off. Both of these boys, there wasn't really a lot between them on the entry time, both 1:15s. It is just pure, direct, head-to-head competition of someone at the very similar standard coming in, and who will stand on top of that. From this morning's heat session at the halfway point, lead will be lane 3, who didn't quite set off the touchpad with his hand, but waited till his feet hit the wall. So it was still Luca Yang onto the wall first, ahead of Caleb Wong, and he'll come out just ever so slightly in front still through this breaststroke.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see. Luca Yang clearly is the better breaststroker, but we'll see if Caleb Wong can make up the distance with the freestyle here as he's closing in the gap now, coming home for this last 15 metres of the race. Under the flags now, and it's going to be Luca Luca Yang with a 1:13.32 and second 1:15.07 for Caleb Wong.
So almost through our heats program this morning for the 26-27 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. Boy, what a lineup do we have for you guys tonight. This pool, the Horton pool this morning, showcased the best of our male athletes as well as our mixed multi-class swimmers who not only put on a show but dropped a lot of time, and they'll be looking to back it up later on today. We've also seen quite a few events where making the final was such a challenge. It is so closely seeded for a lot of our events. We are going to have some fantastic racing for you this evening. We have 2 events left to go for our heats. Up next will be event 109. This is the boys 14-year-olds 200-meter butterfly, and a tough ask to swim a heat and a final in this event, especially when we look and we see there's only about 14 athletes contesting it. So you just have to make sure that you're not in the bottom 4.
That is exactly right. And they're coming out here for their first 50 metres of racing, and a fantastic little lead here out of lane 4 for Cooper Scott, who's been racing quite well this weekend, a name that's been popping up all over, and he's just continuing out that nice little lead there, about 2 bodies lengths in front of a very even pack.
Yes, certainly. I did notice Cooper had pulled out of one of the earlier events. I imagine when you do have a 200 fly on the program, coming into it that's a little bit fresher is definitely a good option, particularly if you are ranked number 1, an opportunity for a gold medal. If he continues this pace, it's going to be a quick heat swim as well. Goes through in a 101.72 ahead of Jack Hayes, 105.39, and Samuel in third place spot in a 105.63.
They're coasting along quite well. Cooper Scott here, he really is. He's absolutely motoring through this event. Probably is a good thing that he, let his body rest to be able to produce such an incredible race that he's in right now. It's going to be a very huge battle between second, third and fourth place here for this event as they're going into the last 50 metres of the butterfly event.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, that group of 4 who almost touched identically there. 3 of them at 142 and only one just out in a 143. All very similar splits on the third 50, so there wasn't necessarily a clear standout of someone really lifting. It looks to be Alistair Ho who's trying to just secure that second place spot within this heat. But this one's going to be pretty comfortably going to Cooper Scott in a 212.50. Touching in a second, Alistair 219.38, and Michael Yu into third, 219.73.
Underway now for heat 2 of 2 for the boys 14 years, a 200-metre butterfly. Often racing here as we've got a couple of gaps in the pool at the moment, but it's definitely not going to stop these boys from trying to get good time and into the timed finals. Doing quite well in this first 50 metres here out of lanes 5 and 6. That's Patrick Whitwood touching second and Bryce Scott touching first there at a 30.49 at the split time there.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what the strategy, what the approach is here. Obviously, another athlete missing out of this heat, which means you only need to be quicker than 3 swimmers. And in that first heat, there were 2 athletes on those outside lanes who were that little bit further behind. So we know that there's kind of a group of about 5 swimmers, pretty quick. So still 5 placings. If you can be in the top 5 from this heat, you should have a very good chance of being one of our finalists later on. Going really nicely along together here, Patrick Whitwood and Bryce Scott. They've kind of stuck together throughout, and I think the 200 fly or a race as challenging as this one, it's definitely easier to do with someone by your side. If you are like we just saw Cooper so far out in front, it's definitely hard to continue to push yourself when you have that kind of a lead. So making for some interesting racing and competition, having these athletes just grouped together in those little pairings.
Yes, it definitely does make it advantageous for them, but it also, just knowing exactly where someone is and being able to break away from that is a skill in itself as well. So it'll be interesting to see who will be the ones who take out the lead in this race. The boys doing very well now at that turn at the 150 metre mark.
So as we come down to the finish line, Rain Lee finishing beautifully here. I reckon he's going to time it onto the wall in first. He'll get there in a 2:22.02 ahead of Patrick Whitwood and Bryce Scott. We'll see what their times come up as. And then there's a couple of 2:25s on the far side. So I think those guys should be in safe. And we'll wait and see who rounds out that field for later on this evening as we move along to the final event on our program this morning. This one, timed final. So not a heat swim. Our medals are decided here and now. The fastest heat, the top 10 swimming out of this first heat or first timed final. And then we'll just keep in mind we have medals in the 17-18s together. There is medals for the 16 years and then the 15 years separately. So in this particular race, we have about 3 races in one. You've got Miller Stott, Thomas Costello, Matthew Moran and Marley Sutherland all in that 17-18 year age group. And then you've got Kaisei Kojima, Cody Said and Noah Chappell, all 16 years of age, racing against fastest qualifier Liam Paulson, who is also 16. And then we've got a couple of our 15-year-olds who will be setting the pace for a few more to come in later heats, and that will be Daniel Collins and Edward Pollard.
They are off and racing here for the 400-metre freestyle. So it's going to be such a interesting event. And the leadership is definitely going to change with this longer course. Even though it's a short course, it's still a longer form race here. So we've got leading at the moment out of lane 4, touching at that 50-metre mark, is Liam Paulson, who's had quite a good day today. Noah Chappell as well, to another notable name that you mentioned earlier, coming in at a 27. So quite a few swimmers here. They're quite evenly parred, coming in at a 27 there. And it's very handy to have the lap counters. It's a very good addition.
Yeah, it's one of our newer additions to short course swimming. Obviously, I believe this is the first year within the state championships that we've included them in our 400-metre freestyle events. And I think it's been long questioned, as 800 metres long course is the same number of laps as short course of a 400. So if we have lap counters for that and it's the same number, why don't we have lap counters short course? I know a lot of athletes who would have happily brought them in plenty of years ago, because half the time counting's one of your biggest challenges when you're trying to focus on so many other attributes of the race. You've got to be pushing your underwaters, know when to start making your move, keeping your stroke and your technique in check. But that is proving to be no difficulty for your leader out of lane 4 here, Liam Paulson.
Yeah, he's done quite well today, and definitely doing well in this race as well. Got that nice little lead, got a good pace. He's kept a steady pace throughout, just sort of broke out of that pack in the first 50 metres and has now settled into his race, which is what you want to do in a longer form race like this. But you can see over in lane 2 there that we've got Kaisei Kojima there just battling it out and trying to bridge that gap a little bit.
Yeah, he's not too far off. If we take a look at the 50-metre splits for our leaders, Liam Paulson's just pushed through in a 30.48. I'll be curious to see if he settled at those 30-second marks. He has, so a 30.42 for him. Now, Kaisei, he's sitting around that 30 high, 31 low. That one there, 31.1. So it's going to be Liam who gets that little bit extra distance in front each 50, but it's not by much. The thing is, in a 400, it's going to add up so quickly. If you can just hold that extra 0.1 quicker here and there, by the end of the race, you've taken off a decent amount of time.
Absolutely, and another integral part is the bell as well that they do towards the end of the race, which will definitely help the swimmers know when they're finishing up here. And it's really good to see Liam Paulson with his lead at the moment, but maybe seeing some gaps closing in a little bit now, because they're starting to get that push with only 150 metres to go.
Well, Liam Paulson, what a great job he's doing. He's gotten faster on the last 250s. So that third 100, he stepped up, almost breaking under the 30-second barrier on that previous one. He's looking set to go sub 4 minutes once again. Not an easy feat for anyone. The 16-year-old from Melbourne Vic Centre, 10 metres remaining. And he smashed this one out of the park. 3:57.16 home in a 29.5. Huge celebration from the boy. It will be Marley Sutherland who touches onto the wall in second place at a 4:03.79, with Kaisei Kojima 4:03.89. And this is where I start getting the calculator out and doing the mathematics, because we still have a few more of our age groups to come in our next few timed finals. But Liam Paulson, what a great job you did just then.
That was absolutely incredible to get there and under the 4-minute mark. And we are off and underway for heat 2 of 4 for the 400-metre freestyle for the boys 15 to 18. This is the timed finals here as they're off and racing, all pretty even across that first 25-metre mark, which is as expected. We're not going to see anyone sort of break away too much yet because it is a longer form race, as I've said a million times.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to take it out too quickly and burn up energy early. What you want to do is find that rhythm, and that is a term that you'll hear so often when we hit these longer races. It's about being able to settle into that easy speed as soon as possible so you're not overdoing it, but you're efficient. You have to hold water nicely. You can't have too slow of a stroke rate because then you're just going to fall off and let yourself lapse into something that's a little bit too simple. You still need to keep the pressure on. As we go through the first 100, it will be Kepler Snijders in 57.95 who leads us through. Now, Kepler, 15 years of age. The only 15-year-old we saw in that previous time final was Daniel Collins, so he'll be looking to try and knock that time down a little bit, putting himself into first position. We also have a couple of our 17-year-olds between lanes 2, 3 and 4, Scott Robinson, Cedric Wetzels and William Bryan. Now, doing the best of those guys is currently Cedric, who's sitting second just behind Kepler. Their time to beat was set out of the first heat by Marley Sutherland. His split of 4:03. That is the lead time for our 17, 18-year-old boys.
So much that goes into finals like this, and I'm so glad I've got you next to me for this race, because there is so many different, they're not all racing against each other, age groups and all of that, but it's good that it's all raced within the one final here at MSAC for the 2026 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Cross Championship. Got about 7 laps to go now for the boys here. Out in the lead still is Kepler Snijders with not too much of a lead though anymore. We're seeing the likes of Cedric Wetzels coming in at very, very close, 2:33.13 for Kepler, 2:33.71 for Cedric.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great part about combining these age groups between the 15 to 18 years. Not only do they get to race their people in their age group, it means that they get challenged by other swimmers with similar times. So if you are a swimmer, say, for example, Liam Paulson out of that first heat, he's still only 16. If he was just racing the 16-year-olds, you take away that second place swimmer and you don't give him as much of an opportunity to have someone who's going to stick with him for that bit longer. Same as in this one, you've got Cedric. He's 17 years of age, battling it out with Kepler, who's only 15. So you would break this down too much. There'd be too many distances between them. Yes, it does make it a little bit harder for our viewers to maybe work out who's what and what age, but that is our job to try and keep you guys up to date. As we've just seen that lead change, as you mentioned, Allegra. We saw Cedric really push through the previous 50. He's got that momentum on his side as he gets the bell, and he's continuing just to power down this final 50.
And he's doing it in such good form as well, taking that turn underwater now. He's definitely in a nice rhythm, like you talked about before. The rhythm there is fantastic. And it's going to be looking like he's going to be taking out a very good time in this final as he touches that wall at a 4:07.9. Second, Kepler Snijders with a 4:10.41. And also 4:10.63 is William Bryan. And we are off and racing for heat 3 of 4 for the time finals, the 400-metre freestyle boys 15 to 18 years. Absolutely swimming out of the park there for lanes 4 and 5, really battling it out there to try and get a head position. That's Tommy Golding and Ashton Robertson out of 4 and 5. It'll be interesting to see what their split time is when they touch that wall. 28.65, 28.68, so very, very close indeed.
Yeah, and even across on that far side over in lane 1, Oliver Lessig, he wasn't far off that pace set through the first 50. Neither is Titus Ziao Wu. So those two, once again, we're seeing these little pairings within the field. It is a lot easier to try and stick right next to someone than to fall off and end up out on your own.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be feeling comfortable enough having swimmers around you, knowing that you're still in that race, because even if you take a second to have a look around and, you know, throws you off your rhythm, that could cost you. So it's just all about feeling and making sure that you're doing what your coach has set out for you to do.
And we are so grateful to all of our coaches. Plenty of them still lining the pool deck here with just one heat or one-time final remaining after this one. We have mentioned these sessions, they're quite long and challenging for our athletes, having to repeat and race over and over. But at the end of their race, they get to go home. The coach has to stay on till the end of the session, till every single one of these swimmers has competed. So a big shout out to our incredible Victorian coaches.
Wouldn't be able to be here without them, that's for sure. They're going in. We've got about 8 laps to go, sorry. I was doing my math wrong there. We've got a nice little lead that's pushed out there for Oliver Lessig in lane 1. Just hitting that wall at a time of 2:06.76. Not far behind him in lane 0, Titus Ziao Wu with a 2:07.51 and 2:08.09 Tommy Golding in lane 4. So again, it could be anyone's race, but those outside lanes doing well to be putting themselves as contenders.
Yeah, all three of our top swimmers currently in the pool right now are from Surrey Park, so potentially training partners, and will have all been working together in those sessions, trying to hold similar speeds. It's also nice to be next to someone from your own club. You've got Oliver really trying to drag Titus along, and he's going to know that he wants to stick with Oliver for as long as he possibly can, because when you are in that outside lane, you can only sort of look to one side of the pool, and it's really helpful having the person next to you. If you didn't have that guide there, if you're out on your own, it can get a little bit lonely in the outside lanes.
Yeah, it seems to be working in their favour, having that little grouping on the outside lanes, because they are in the lead at the current moment. Again, anything could change, but they seem to be in a nice little rhythm and just ploughing through, just motoring through, getting through this long-form race. Not too much left to go, though, in it at the moment. 3:12.8 seems to be the split time there for the two as we're heading into the final parts of this race.
Yeah, so the boys are about to get the beautiful sound of the bell, signifying 50 metres left to swim in our short course 400. The bell just means the next time you get to that wall, you need to touch it and not turn. You will be finishing the race. So obviously in long course, that's 100 metres to go. In short course, it's an even sweeter sound because it's just 50 metres remaining. We've just seen that lead change once again. Oliver held it for so long. His teammate Titus just taking it over, but a last-ditch attempt and an advantage to Oliver. He can breathe towards Titus. They're going to be stroke for stroke onto the final touch. And it will be Titus that holds on 9/100ths in it at a 4:16.31. It will be Oliver touching second, 4:16.40, and then Hayden Wilson into third place spot, 4:19.94.
Just incredible that was.
What a fun race that was to watch. It just swapped and changed so much.
It absolutely did. And we've got one heat to go for this first session. Oh, sorry, we're in finals already, but you've got a whole other final series to go tonight from 5 o'clock onwards. They're often racing now in this final heat here and underway. Nice start across the board here for these swimmers going into the first 25 metres. Just really I'm eager to watch these outside lanes again. Just looking, because we've got two teammates in lanes 1 and 2 as well, in those outside lanes from the Tiger Sharks. That's Jacob McCready and Noah Colson. So we could see something quite similar that we saw in that last race, or we could see something else. Only time will tell.
And we've got quite a lot of our 15-year-olds, so our youngsters of this 15 to 18-year field coming out of the 4th timed final. Just 2 16-year-olds in lanes 3 and 4. So that's Gavin Danny and Ben Hynam. Ben is our leader at the quarter mark, the 100-metre point, 58.82, ahead of Hugo Pankhurst, 100.91. And then down in lane 7, Benjamin Shang, 101 flat through the first 100.
Not a bad little start there to be under the 1 minute mark there for Ben Hynam. He has done quite well over this short course season. Heard his name pop up quite a number of times, so it's good that he is doing well in this longer form race. Just looking at about 9 laps to go for these swimmers in the pool now. Be really trying to get into that rhythm, just motoring through, getting towards the end of that race before you can start picking up in the last 50 when you hear that bell.
Yeah, Ben certainly had an impressive campaign across the weekend. Just 2 weeks ago at the Victorian Country Short Course Championships there. So some big improvements from him over the last 12 months in particular, and really holding on to the speed through the first 200 metres. Goes around in a 202.98, settling into this race beautifully. He's kept that rate up. He's kept that good technique going. And that's just that ability to trust in your training. So hopefully we should see another good drop from his entry time. Comes in today at a 4:26. I should say. So well and truly setting himself up for a big drop at the halfway point, going around at a 2:02.
Yes, definitely doing very well to be able to shave off some time, and especially at a meet like this, there's been so much time and so many PBs that have been beaten. I think we've got up to over 16 seconds that have been shaved off sometimes here today. So it's been such a good session, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more tonight as well. A lot better swims out there. Looking around 3-4 laps to go, so 100 metres to go at this point in time. As we've got Ben Hynam coming in at the 300 metre mark at a 3:08.26. Coasting along quite well, with Benjamin Shang coming in at a 3:14.65. And following that, 3:16.97 is Hugo Pankhurst.
Definitely could see quite a lot of PBs out of our 4th timed final. If Ben can keep up this pace, he's looking to go around the 4:13, 4:14 mark. So that'd be around a 12-second drop off his best. You'd hope that maybe he can even lift a little through this final 50. He's definitely trying to bring the legs in. You can only imagine the hurt that these guys must be feeling. 400. It's an absolute burner. Doing a great job still. Benny Shang out of 7. He's holding on into that second position here and really trying to lift through this final 50. Hugo Pankhurst, he's brought the legs in as well. But this one will go to Ben Hynam as he hits the wall in a 4:11.99. A great improvement from him. Benjamin onto the finish, 4:18.95. And then Hugo will round out that top 3 out of this one in a 4:22.11 as the rest of the field touches the wall together. And we finished off with another brilliant swim from the boys out of the Horton pool. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We look forward to welcoming you back at 5 o'clock this evening for our final session.
Been a pleasure.